What if your voice could echo through the ages, transcending time and space, carrying messages from the divine to a shattered world? In a land torn apart by despair, where hope flickers like a dying ember, one man stands on the precipice of a revelation that could alter the fate of nations. Ezekiel, a prophet caught in the snare of exile, finds himself among the desolate ruins of Jerusalem, surrounded by the haunting whispers of the past. The air is thick with the scent of ash and sorrow, each gust of wind a reminder of lost dreams and broken promises. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the valley, he feels an unsettling presence. It stirs within him, a force so powerful it threatens to consume his very being. Ezekiel's heart races as visions of strange creatures and celestial chariots invade his mind, each image more vivid than the last. What do these revelations mean? Are they a warning, an invitation, or a curse? With each heartbeat, the tension mounts, and the weight of his destiny presses down like an iron shackle. He knows he must convey what he sees, but the burden of truth is heavy. Each message he delivers carries the potential to ignite a firestorm among the people, to awaken them from their slumber of apathy or plunge them deeper into despair. As the shadows lengthen, Ezekiel ponders the consequences of his actions. Will his words inspire the exiles to rise and reclaim their heritage, or will they only serve to deepen their hopelessness in a land that has forgotten its God? The ground trembles beneath him as a chilling prophecy forms in his mind, an ominous forecast that reveals the impending doom of his beloved Jerusalem. Will he have the courage to speak the truth, knowing that it could lead to his own destruction? Each vision he encounters unveils a tapestry of glory intertwined with despair, a divine blueprint that transcends his own understanding. In the flicker of a dying flame, the fate of Israel hangs in the balance. A valley of dry bones looms ominously in his thoughts, a grim tableau of death and desolation. Can these bones live again? The question gnaws at him, demanding an answer as he grapples with visions of resurrection and hope. The clock is ticking. With every moment that passes, the urgency of his mission intensifies, and the fear of silence grips him. Ezekiel knows he is but a voice in the wilderness, tasked with proclaiming the unthinkable. But what if he succeeds? What if his words ignite a spark in the hearts of the people? The air crackles with anticipation, and the very fabric of reality seems to ripple with possibility. In this charged atmosphere, one question echoes louder than the rest. Will Ezekiel be the harbinger of an awakening, or will he be swallowed by the shadows of a world hanging by a thread? As the night descends, the stage is set for a story that will reverberate through history, waiting for the moment when truth breaks free from the chains of silence. In the flickering twilight of a crumbling city, the air was thick with an oppressive silence, broken only by the distant wails of mothers lamenting the loss of their children, the cries echoing through the empty streets of Jerusalem. The walls that once stood tall and proud were now mere shadows of their former strength, cracked and stained with memories of a glorious past. The people, once vibrant and full of life, now seemed like ghosts, wandering aimlessly, their eyes filled with despair and longing. They were the remnants of a society that had flourished under the watchful blessings of their God, now left to grapple with an unbearable truth. They were captives in a foreign land. The Babylonian exile was not just a physical separation from their homeland. It was a shattering of identity, a tearing apart of the very fabric of their existence. It began in 586 BCE when the powerful Babylonian army, led by King Nebuchadnezzar, surged into Jerusalem like a raging river, sweeping away the lives of countless souls. The city, once a beacon of hope and faith, fell with a thunderous crash, leaving behind ashes and echoes of a people's prayers. The sacred temple, the heart of their worship, was reduced to rubble, a hollow shell where once the very presence of God had dwelled. The smoke that billowed from the ruins marked not just the end of a building, but the end of an era. Among those caught in this storm of destruction was Ezekiel, a young priest whose heart beat in time with the rhythms of Jerusalem's vibrant life. He was one of the chosen, one of those taken away to Babylon, forcibly removed from the land that held his dreams. As he sat beside the banks of the Chebar River, he could still see the golden sands of his homeland, the sun setting like a fiery crown over the hills of Judah. It was a cruel twist of fate. The very river that flowed around him now seemed to mock his memories, whispering tales of what once was. Ezekiel felt the weight of loss pressing heavily on his chest, each heartbeat a reminder of everything he had left behind. In Babylon, the exiles were treated as second-class citizens, their spirits crushed under the weight of oppression. They were surrounded by a culture that was foreign, a land filled with idols that mocked their faith. The grandeur of Babylon, with its towering ziggurats and lavish gardens, became a stark contrast to the deep sorrow they carried in their hearts. They longed for their homeland, for the fragrance of blooming fig trees and the sound of children playing in the streets. Each passing day deepened their hopelessness, as they drifted further away from the memories of their sacred traditions and vibrant community. But within Ezekiel's heart burned a flicker of defiance. He was not merely a victim of circumstance. He was a messenger, a voice yearning to be heard amidst the clamor of despair. As he watched his people languish, he felt a surge of urgency. He had been chosen for a purpose, and he could not allow the darkness to extinguish the light of hope. In the depths of his anguish, he began to receive visions, extraordinary glimpses of God's glory, messages of both judgment and redemption. Each vision was a piercing cry that echoed in the silence, calling the people back to their faith, urging them to remember who they were. Ezekiel's prophecies were not just words. They were lifelines thrown into a stormy sea, meant to guide his people back home. His visions spoke of restoration, of a time when the dry bones of the exiles would live again, when the valley of despair would bloom with life and hope. The words poured from him like a mighty river, washing over the hearts of those who felt they had been abandoned. He challenged them to turn back to God, to seek forgiveness, and to believe that their story was far from over. In the heart of Babylon, where despair threatened to drown them, Ezekiel's voice rang like a bell, reverberating through the dusty streets, igniting sparks of hope where there had been none. The people listened, their hearts stirring with a combination of fear and anticipation. Could it be? Could they truly return to their homeland? The visions he shared were filled with vivid images of a restored Jerusalem, of a temple rebuilt, where God's presence would once again dwell among them. They were captivated, hanging on to every word, the promise of a brighter future mingling with the sorrow of their current reality. As the days turned into months and months into years, the tension between despair and hope grew thicker. Families huddled together, sharing their stories of the past, recounting the glory days of their beloved city. The elders reminisced about the festivals that once filled the air with laughter and joy, while the children listened wide-eyed, dreaming of the day they could walk the streets of Jerusalem. But with each story came the reminder of their captivity, their hearts aching for the land that felt like a distant dream. Yet, amid the struggle, a sense of unity began to blossom among the exiles. They gathered around Ezekiel, drawn to his unwavering faith and the fire that burned within him. They began to see that they were not alone in their suffering. They were part of a larger story, one that intertwined their past with their future. Together, they started to rise from the ashes of their despair, taking small, tentative steps towards reclaiming their identity as the people of God. Every vision Ezekiel shared ignited their spirits, fanning the flames of hope that had been nearly extinguished. They felt the pulse of their faith quickening, reminding them of the covenant with their God, a promise that they would not be forsaken. The very act of remembering their homeland became a powerful tool of resilience, knitting their hearts together in a tapestry of shared pain and collective hope. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the banks of the Chebar, it became clear that this was not merely a time of mourning, but a pivotal moment in history. The cries of the past intertwined with the whispers of hope for the future, and the people began to understand that their exile could be transformed into a chapter of renewal. As Ezekiel continued to speak, his voice rising above the din of despair, it was as if the heavens themselves were leaning in, listening, waiting for the fulfillment of a promise long held in the balance. In the dim light of a humble home, a child named Ezekiel sat, wide-eyed, listening intently to the stories woven by his father, a man known for his fierce spirit and unwavering faith. The flickering flames from the hearth danced shadows across the walls, casting a warm glow that mirrored the flicker of hope in their hearts. His father, a priest of God, spoke of the ancient texts, of visions and prophecies, and of a world ruled by the divine. Each word was a seed planted deep within the boy's soul, nurturing a burning desire to understand and to connect with the sacred. Ezekiel's family had a legacy that stretched back generations. They hailed from a line of priests, their station elevated by their devotion to God and the sacred rituals of the temple. His mother, a woman of quiet strength, infused the home with love and compassion, her gentle touch guiding Ezekiel through the trials of childhood. She would often weave stories of their ancestors, tales of faith that resonated with the echoes of their past. It was from her that Ezekiel learned the importance of kindness, a trait that would one day define his path. Yet, the world outside their modest dwelling painted a different picture. The air was thick with tension, and the city of Jerusalem, once a beacon of hope, was now a battleground of conflicting beliefs and political strife. The heavy scent of incense that wafted through the temple was sometimes overtaken by the stench of despair from the streets below. The echoes of prayers rose high in the sky, but they clashed with the cries of the oppressed. Ezekiel felt this weight in his chest, a persistent thrum that urged him to look beyond the simple life he knew. His childhood was shaped by a tapestry of influences. Among them were the elders of the community, who gathered in the shade of fig trees to discuss the law, their voices rising and falling like the tides of the sea. Ezekiel would watch, captivated, as they debated the meaning of ancient scrolls, their brows furrowed in concentration. The fire of their passion ignited something within him, a longing to be part of that world, a world of wisdom, truth, and justice. As he grew, the shadows of doubt and uncertainty began to creep in. The prophecies his father recited took on a more urgent tone during these charged times. The voices of false prophets echoed through the alleys, luring the vulnerable with promises of hope that felt hollow. Ezekiel could see the glimmer of desperation in the eyes of those around him, and it weighed heavily on his young heart. He began to ask questions that sometimes left his parents speechless. "How can we believe when our world is falling apart?" he would whisper, grappling with the stark contrast between his sheltered existence and the chaos outside. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the cobblestone streets, a stranger appeared at their door. He was a wandering prophet, wild-eyed and unkempt, with a voice that boomed like thunder. "The end is near," he proclaimed, his words laced with urgency. "The people must repent. A great reckoning is upon us." Ezekiel stood frozen, his heart pounding in his chest. Here was a man who spoke with such conviction, igniting a fire within him that he had never felt before. As the prophet shared his visions, Ezekiel felt a pull, as if destiny had wrapped its fingers around him, beckoning him to step forward into a life fraught with purpose. Time slipped by, and the weight of expectation began to settle on Ezekiel's shoulders. His father, proud and steadfast, often cast knowing glances at his son, as if he could see a flicker of divine light within him. But with that pride came pressure, a silent plea for Ezekiel to carry on the family legacy. Yet, deep in his heart, Ezekiel sensed another calling, one that diverged from the path laid before him. He wanted to be more than just a voice echoing ancient truths. He longed to challenge the status quo, to question, to seek. It was during these formative years that the seeds of prophecy began to take root. Ezekiel's dreams, once filled with the innocence of childhood, transformed into vivid landscapes of visions that left him gasping for breath. He would awaken, sweat-soaked and trembling, unable to shake the images that danced behind his closed eyelids. The coming destruction, the promise of restoration, the call for repentance. It all blended into a symphony of divine messages that spoke directly to his soul. As he stood at the crossroads of boyhood and manhood, Ezekiel grappled with his identity. The weight of his family's expectations pressed down, yet the thrill of the unknown tugged at his spirit. The elders whispered of a time when God would raise a true prophet, one who would speak boldly against injustice and lead the people back to the path of righteousness. Could he be that voice? The thought both thrilled and terrified him. He often found solace by the banks of the Euphrates, where the rushing waters mirrored the turmoil within. Here, he could reflect on the stories of his family, the teachings of his father, and the fervent prayers of his mother, all swirling together like the currents of the river. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, a feeling of urgency loomed over him. The world felt unsteady, as if teetering on the edge of a great abyss. It was as if the heavens were waiting, holding their breath for the moment that would change everything. Ezekiel's heart raced with anticipation and fear, knowing that he was on the brink of something monumental. The whispers of prophecy filled his mind, intertwining with the lessons of his family, urging him to step forward into a destiny he could no longer deny. The threads of his early life were weaving into a tapestry of profound significance, and every moment, every family story, every lesson learned, every tear shed, was leading him closer to the inevitable revelation. And as the sun set behind the hills of Jerusalem, casting a warm glow over the city, Ezekiel stood at the edge of his childhood, ready to embrace the calling that awaited him. The air crackled with a sense of destiny, and he could feel it pulsing through his veins. His time was coming, and the world would never be the same. A tempest stirred in the skies, dark clouds swirling, heavy with the weight of unspoken words. The air crackled with anticipation, a sense of something monumental poised to unfold. In a land already soaked in sorrow and despair, where the echoes of a people yearning for freedom lingered like a distant memory, a man named Ezekiel stood at the banks of the Chebar River. He was just one voice among many, yet in that moment, he would receive a calling that would resonate through the ages. The river flowed with a stubborn persistence, its waters reflecting the tumultuous sky above. It was here, in this quiet desolation, that Ezekiel felt the world shift, the very fabric of reality bending and twisting as he was pulled into a vision so magnificent it could scarcely be contained by ordinary words. As his surroundings faded away, he found himself in a realm of awe, where the colors were too vibrant and the sounds too vivid for mere human experience. Suddenly, a whirlwind erupted, a fierce wind that howled like the cries of the lost. Ezekiel was engulfed within it, the sensation both exhilarating and terrifying. As he struggled to comprehend what was happening, he caught sight of shapes forming within the storm. The air shimmered, and from the chaos emerged four living creatures, their forms twisting and intertwining like the branches of ancient oaks. These were not mere beasts. They were something otherworldly, their countenances radiant with a light that seemed to emanate from within. Each creature had 4 faces, one of a man, one of a lion, one of an ox, and one of an eagle. Their eyes, countless and bright, seemed to penetrate deep into his soul. The creatures moved with a grace that belied their fearsome appearance, darting in perfect synchronization, back and forth, as if they were part of a cosmic dance choreographed by the universe itself. Ezekiel's heart raced. Was this a dream, a figment of his troubled mind, or something far grander? In the midst of this celestial whirl, the ground beneath him transformed into a radiant expanse, and from the heart of the storm came a vision even more astounding, a chariot unlike any vehicle ever crafted by human hands. This chariot was borne upon the wings of the very wind, its wheels ablaze with a fire that defied explanation. Each spoke sparkled like diamonds, each wheel spinning with an energy that captured the essence of movement itself. This mighty chariot was drawn by the creatures, their strength palpable as they propelled it through the air. Ezekiel felt an overwhelming sense of purpose wash over him, a realization that this vision was not meant for his eyes alone. He was chosen. The weight of his calling pressed upon him, heavy yet exhilarating. In that instant, the gulf between the divine and the earthly began to close. As Ezekiel leaned forward, mesmerized by the sight before him, a voice broke through the tumult, a voice that reverberated like thunder yet was gentle like a whisper. It was a command, a summons that cut through the chaos. "Son of man, stand upon your feet, and I will speak with you." The words washed over him, igniting a fire in his chest. He was being called not just to witness, but to act. With every fiber of his being, he felt the urgency of the moment. The vision unfolded further, revealing a throne above the chariot, crafted from sapphire and glowing with a brilliance that illuminated the darkness around it. Seated upon the throne was a figure, shrouded in mystery. The brilliance of the figure was so intense that Ezekiel could not gaze directly at it. Instead, it was the aura, the sheer presence, that filled the space with an indescribable holiness. Tears streamed down Ezekiel's face as he realized the weight of his prophetic mission. He was not merely an observer. He was tasked with delivering a message to a nation in turmoil, a message that would pierce through the despair and ignite hope. Each heartbeat echoed the significance of his calling, the urgency swelling like a tide. The very heavens seemed to pulse with life, and all around him, the creatures continued their divine dance, a symphony of movement and sound that reverberated through the very core of existence. Ezekiel trembled, torn between fear and exhilaration. The creatures turned to him, their many eyes watching, waiting for his response. He felt the thrill of destiny coursing through him, igniting every sense. It was a moment when time stood still, an intersection of the earthly and the divine, and he knew he could not retreat. The call was too powerful, the vision too profound, to ignore. The wind picked up, swirling around him, lifting him as if to affirm the magnitude of his mission. He felt it in his bones, the weight of his people's suffering, the cries for justice and understanding. In that moment, he became a vessel, a bridge between heaven and earth. The chariot soared higher, the voices of the divine mingling with the whisper of the wind. It was a call to action, a summons to be the voice of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. As the vision began to fade, the echoes of the heavenly chariot lingered, a haunting melody that resonated in the depths of his soul. Ezekiel stood at the edge of that moment, teetering between the celestial and the earthly, knowing this was only the beginning. The weight of his calling bore down upon him, yet so did the thrill of the unknown. The storm stirred once more, and the skies rumbled with the promise of revelation yet to unfold. With unyielding resolve, Ezekiel prepared to step into a new reality, a reality where he would speak with the voice of the divine. The vision had ignited a fire within him, a flame that would not be quenched, propelling him forward into a world that awaited his message. The chariot had come not just to reveal, but to transform, and Ezekiel stood ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a figure stands, shrouded in shadows and whispers of ancient wisdom. The air is thick with anticipation, as if time itself holds its breath. This is not just any figure. It is a prophet, a bridge between the divine and the earthly, an individual tasked with the weight of the world on their shoulders. From the dusty roads of ancient Israel to the bustling marketplaces of Mesopotamia, prophets have emerged as beacons of hope, messengers of warnings, and voices of the voiceless. A prophet is more than a mere speaker of words. They are a vessel for truths that pierce through the fabric of reality. Their role transcends the mundane, resonating through history like the tolling of a bell. The prophet is often met with skepticism and fear. Their words, sharp as a sword, cut through complacency, igniting flames of change and awakening spirits long dulled by despair. The responsibilities they carry are immense, guiding nations, confronting kings, and inspiring the masses. Each message delivered is a dance with destiny, a delicate balance between hope and judgment. Take Jeremiah, for instance. He stood alone in the city of Jerusalem, a solitary figure amidst the chaos of a crumbling society. His voice trembled as he proclaimed dire warnings of impending doom. "The time is coming," he cried, "when this city will fall." With each word, he faced the wrath of those who preferred the comfort of ignorance over the stark truth. The stones of the city seemed to echo his lament, as if even the walls recognized the gravity of his call. Jeremiah wept, his tears mingling with the dust beneath his feet, for he knew the burden of his message would be misunderstood. Yet he pressed on, driven by an unseen force that compelled him to speak. In lands far away, the Prophet Muhammad revealed the words of the Quran to a society steeped in superstition and tribal conflicts. He stood in the marketplace, his voice ringing with a clarity that resonated with the hearts of the weary and oppressed. "There is one God," he proclaimed, shattering the idols that had long governed his people's lives. It was not an easy path. He faced hostility and rejection, yet he remained steadfast. The responsibility of leading a nation toward peace, unity, and understanding weighed heavily on him. His revelations were not merely religious tenets. They were calls to action, rippling through the ages and forever changing the fabric of civilization. The role of a prophet is steeped in contradiction. They are both revered and reviled. Their visions are often met with disbelief, but they persist, driven by an insatiable need to bring truth to light. In ancient Greece, the Pythia, or Oracle of Delphi, spoke in riddles, her words cloaked in the mists of mystery. Kings would travel great distances, seeking her counsel before making monumental decisions. But her prophecies, often ambiguous and open to interpretation, left leaders grappling with uncertainty. The weight of their decisions bore down on them, knowing that a single misstep could lead to ruin. Yet, the oracle's role was clear: to serve as a conduit for the divine, urging caution and reflection. As the centuries passed, the duties of prophets expanded and evolved. They became not just voice of warnings, but also champions of justice. Amiri Baraka once said, "I am a poet, and I will speak for the people." This sentiment echoed through the streets as prophets rose to address social injustices, galvanizing communities and sparking movements. They stood in the midst of turmoil, their words a rallying cry. "No more!" they shouted, igniting fires of revolution in the hearts of the oppressed. Their responsibility shifted from mere foretelling to actively shaping the future of their people, demanding accountability from those in power. In the modern age, the prophet's voice has taken on new forms. Activists like Martin Luther King Jr. emerged, calling for equality and justice in a time of great turmoil. On the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, he shared his dream, a vision of unity and peace that transcended race and culture. His words flowed like a river, washing over the crowd, stirring emotions deep within the souls of those who listened. King understood the weight of his message. He knew that the responsibility of a prophet goes beyond oration. It demands action, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to truth. The echoes of their messages linger in the air, reverberating through the corridors of time. Each prophet embodies the spirit of their people, wrestling with the dichotomy of hope and despair. They are called to confront the darkness, to shine a light on the injustices that plague humanity. Their words are imbued with urgency, often delivered in moments of profound revelation or desperation. It is in these raw, unfiltered moments that the true power of the prophet emerges, their voice rising above the clamor of indifference. Among the ruins of ancient civilizations, the spirits of prophets linger, their legacies entwined with the stories of those who dared to dream. The role of a prophet is not confined to any single era or culture. It is a timeless calling, a reminder that there will always be those willing to speak the uncomfortable truth, even when it's met with scorn. In every corner of the world, the cry for justice and understanding reverberates, echoing the responsibilities of prophets who have come before. As the candle flickers and the shadows dance, the essence of the prophet lives on, igniting the fires of hope and change. The path forward is fraught with challenges, yet it is also filled with the promise of a brighter tomorrow. The messages of prophets resonate in the hearts of those who dare to listen, reminding humanity of its potential to rise above adversity and strive for a world defined by compassion, understanding, and unity. The stories of these messengers are woven into the very fabric of existence, urging us to awaken, to act, and to remember the sacred duty that comes with speaking truth in a world that often shies away from it. Ezekiel stood among the ruins, the air thick with the weight of despair and longing, a prophet caught in the swirling winds of an ancient world. His name echoed through the desolate landscape, a haunting whisper that spoke of a profound truth: God strengthens. This name was not just a label. It was a beacon that illuminated the very essence of his existence, a lifeline in the turbulent sea of exile and destruction. Even the stones around him seemed to tremble with the echoes of its significance, as if the earth itself recognized the power contained within those syllables. In the midst of Babylon's splendor and its hidden darkness, his identity became a vessel of divine purpose. Every letter of Ezekiel carried with it a weight that transcended time, binding him to a narrative woven into the fabric of the Israelite struggle. The ancient city was a place of contrasts, where the glittering palaces of the conquerors stood in stark opposition to the crumbling spirits of the captives. Yet, Ezekiel's name was a relentless reminder that strength could rise from the ashes of despair. Through the years, the Israelites had witnessed countless trials, their faith tested like steel under fire. In this moment of calamity, Ezekiel's very being became a symbol of hope, not merely for himself but for a nation yearning for restoration. His name carried the promise of resilience, a message reverberating throughout the camps of the defeated, igniting sparks of resolve among those who thought they had lost everything. As he spoke, his voice would rise, a storm gathering strength, each word dripping with the fire of his convictions. "God strengthens," he proclaimed, rallying the weary souls who wandered through the haze of hopelessness. The name Ezekiel was woven into the fabric of his prophecies, a constant reminder that divine strength was not only possible, it was imminent. The very air crackled with anticipation, as if the heavens themselves were leaning in to hear what he had to say next. In the quiet moments, however, when the thrumming intensity of his prophecies faded, Ezekiel would reflect on the weight of his name, a blend of identity and mission. He was acutely aware that every utterance carried the burden of expectation. His role was far from ordinary. It was steeped in a legacy that stretched back to the days of his ancestors. With every heartbeat, he felt the pulse of history that surged through his very veins. The name Ezekiel encapsulated centuries of prophecy, strength, and unyielding faith, echoing through the halls of time like a persistent drumbeat. But it was in the darkest hours that the true significance of his name shone the brightest. Ezekiel found himself faced with visions so vivid, they threatened to pull him into realms beyond human understanding. Amid these surreal experiences, the essence of his name transformed into an anchor, holding him steady in his calling. In one vision, a valley of dry bones lay before him, stark and lifeless, an image of utter desolation. Yet, even in such a bleak tableau, the whisper of his name rang clear, a promise that life could emerge from the void. "God strengthens," he murmured to the bones, and with that whispered truth, he became a conduit of divine renewal, witnessing the miraculous restoration that he had prophesied. With every encounter, he sought to remind the people of the transformative power embedded in his name. It was not just a moniker. It was a call to action, a reminder that even when the world seemed forsaken, hope could still flicker in the darkness. The power of his name reverberated in the hearts of those who heard him, igniting a fire that would not easily be extinguished. In the very core of his being, Ezekiel felt the weight of his mission. He was not merely a prophet but a bridge between the divine and humanity, a living testament to the strength that flowed from God. This connection pulsed through every fiber of his existence, driving him to give voice to the silenced, to carry the burden of his people's pain and weave it into messages of hope. The tension built within him, a raging storm of emotion, as he grappled with the enormity of his responsibility. Each prophecy was laden with expectation, each vision a glimpse into a future that depended on the faith and resilience of his people. The significance of his name was not lost on him. It was the very essence of his identity. Even in his moments of quiet reflection, the echoes of "God strengthens" pulsed in his mind, a mantra that urged him to rise, to speak, to act. He understood that he was more than just a voice in the wilderness. He was the embodiment of a promise deeply rooted in the covenant between God and his people. The world outside his mind was chaotic, filled with clashing swords and the cries of the broken. But within him lay an unshakable truth, a strength that could not be quenched. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ruins of the city, Ezekiel looked out upon the people who had gathered to hear him speak. Their weary faces reflected both despair and a flicker of hope. In that moment, he felt the weight of his name lift him, igniting a fierce urgency within him. "God strengthens," he called out, and the sound surged through the crowd like a wave, washing over them, infusing their hearts with courage. In the silence that followed, he could feel the pulse of history thrumming in the air. The name Ezekiel resonated, a powerful reminder that even in the depths of exile and despair, the promise of strength and renewal remained. As he stood there, surrounded by the remnants of a shattered dream, he knew that his name was more than just a title. It was a lifeline for a people yearning to reclaim their identity. And so, as the twilight deepened into night, the shadows cast by the ruins became a canvas for hope and renewal. Ezekiel's name lingered in the air, a powerful omen of what was to come, a whisper of strength that would not be silenced. The world around him pulsed with anticipation, as if the very cosmos were holding its breath, awaiting the next chapter in the story of strength, suffering, and the indomitable spirit of a people destined for greatness. A heavy silence hung over Jerusalem, the sun sinking behind the ancient walls, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms across the cobblestones. The air was thick with an unshakable tension, a feeling that something monumental was about to unfold. In the heart of the city, a voice pierced through the calm, a voice filled with urgency and dread. It was the voice of a prophet, a man called Jeremiah, standing tall amidst the bustling marketplace, his eyes aflame with a vision that chilled him to his core. "Listen, the days are coming," he shouted, his words echoing against the stone facades of the buildings. The merchants paused, their hands frozen over coins and wares, while mothers clutched their children, sensing the weight of foreboding in the air. Jeremiah's words cut through the ordinary humdrum of daily life, slicing through the hearts of his listeners. He spoke of Jerusalem, not as a city of hope, but as a place destined for ruin, a beautiful garden soon to be trampled underfoot. People turned to one another in disbelief. How could it be? This city, a jewel of the world, founded on the promise of greatness, a place where God's presence was thought to dwell most closely among men, was to face destruction? The murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd, clashing with the deep, unsettling truth behind Jeremiah's proclamation. Jeremiah's heart raced as he continued, the weight of his message pressing heavily upon his chest. A great disaster is coming. The sword will come against this city, and the walls will crumble. Your children will weep, and the cries of the mourners will fill the streets. His voice trembled, not just from fear but from the sorrow of what he was compelled to share. He could see the flickers of doubt in their eyes, but he pressed on, fueled by a burning desire to save even a single soul from the impending doom. As he spoke, the sun dipped lower, bathing the city in a golden light that soon turned crimson. The shadows lengthened, growing darker and more menacing, almost as if the very city itself was beginning to absorb the despair of the prophecy. In the distance, the sound of soldiers marching could be heard, a low rumble that sent shivers down the spines of those gathered. Was it too late to heed the warning? Did they even care to listen? Families turned away, heads down in denial, wishing to dismiss the harrowing words. But Jeremiah stood resolute, his voice rising above the clamor of disbelief, calling them back to a reality they were desperate to avoid. You have turned your backs on the Almighty. You have filled this city with injustice and despair. Repent, or your fate will be sealed. The prophecy was not merely a warning. It was a plea. Jeremiah saw visions of parents watching helplessly as their children were taken away, of homes set ablaze, and streets running with the blood of the innocent. The heart of the city, the temple, the place where prayers were meant to rise sweetly to the heavens, would lie in ruin, its sacred stones turned to dust. Tears welled in his eyes as he imagined the cries of anguish, the loss of faith, the extinguishing of hope. A few brave souls remained, their ears attuned to his words. Among them was a young woman, clutching her baby tightly. Her heart raced with fear, and yet she felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps if they listened, they could change their fate. Perhaps they could save their beloved Jerusalem. "What do we do?" she whispered, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Jeremiah's gaze softened at her question, but the weight of his duty pressed down on him like a crushing wave. "Turn back to righteousness," he urged, desperation lacing his tone. "Seek justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. Only then will you find sanctuary from the storm that is coming. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, leaving darkness in its wake. A chill swept through the streets, as if the very earth was holding its breath. Jeremiah glanced skyward, feeling the weight of divine wrath settling over the city. He could sense the tremors of fate, the echoes of history converging. The Babylonian army was on the move, a relentless force that would soon change everything. As he stood in the shadows of the city that had once thrived, he felt a profound sadness wash over him. Jerusalem, the city of David, the birthplace of dreams and promises, was on the brink of devastation. Every stone, every memory, every prayer whispered within its walls would soon be lost to time. The prophet's heart ached for the people who refused to listen, who clung to their illusions of safety and prosperity even when the signs of destruction loomed ever closer. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the distant gates, an ominous sound heralding the approach of the inevitable. The crowd gasped, eyes wide with fear and uncertainty as the reality of their fate closed in. The soldiers marched with grim determination, banners snapping in the wind, their presence a stark reminder of the weight of Jeremiah's words. He stood firm, even as the hearts of his neighbors trembled. The time to heed the warning was slipping through their fingers like sand. They had been given a glimpse of the future, but would they act, or would they let their beloved city fall to ruin? As the first soldier stepped through the gates, a chill settled over the marketplace. The prophet raised his voice once more, this time blending hope with despair. The God of Israel is not without mercy. If you turn from your ways, there may still be a chance. But the time is now. The time is running out. The urgency in his voice hung in the air like a heavy fog, but the throngs of people hesitated. Could they truly change their fate, or was it too late? Jeremiah's gut twisted as he realized the depth of their denial. How could they remain unmoved when the very walls around them were about to crumble? The atmosphere pulsed with a strange energy, a clash of faith and fear, of hope and despair. The relentless march of destiny continued, drawing ever closer, and Jeremiah felt the weight of history upon him. The cries of the people mixed with the distant thunder of hooves, creating a haunting symphony of what was to come. He took a deep breath, readying himself for what lay ahead. The moment was hanging by a thread, and he was determined to hold on until the last soul was saved. Underneath the shadows of Jerusalem, with darkness encroaching, hope fluttered like a candle fighting against the winds of fate. But time was slipping away, and the soldiers continued their advance, ever closer, ever relentless. The prophecy had been spoken, but would anyone listen before it was too late? The air was thick with tension, like a storm looming on the horizon, waiting to strike. In the year 70 AD, a relentless sun beat down on the ancient city of Jerusalem, but the heat was nothing compared to the fire smoldering in the hearts of its people. A sense of dread hung heavy in the streets, mingling with the scent of desperation. Once a thriving hub of faith and culture, the city now stood on the brink of ruin. Its walls, once symbols of strength, trembled under the pressure of a Roman siege, an unyielding force determined to crush the spirit of the Jewish people. As the legions of Titus surrounded the city, the clamor of swords and the cry of battle echoed like a dark symphony. Families huddled together, praying for miracles while their hopes slipped through their fingers like sand. Outside the city's mighty walls, the Romans, with their polished armor and disciplined ranks, prepared for the final assault. Each soldier was a cog in a vast war machine, their faces hardened by years of conflict, their eyes set on one goal: conquest. It was not mere land they sought. It was the very essence of rebellion that they aimed to extinguish. Inside Jerusalem, life had turned into a desperate struggle for survival. Starvation loomed like a phantom. The sounds of children crying for food slashed through the air like arrows. Mothers, once filled with joy, now wore faces etched with worry and suffering. The city had become a pressure cooker, each day stretching the limits of human endurance. They could hear the Romans taunting them from outside the walls, their laughter a cruel reminder of their fate. Among the chaos, a young boy named Samuel wandered through the narrow streets, a vision of innocence amid the turmoil. His eyes, wide with fear but glinting with a flicker of defiance, captured the essence of a people unwilling to surrender. He clutched a small piece of bread, rationed and stale, his only lifeline in a world of despair. Each bite was a reminder of what was lost: a home, a family, a dream of peace. Yet, even in his anguish, Samuel refused to give in. He believed in the stories passed down by his elders, tales of resilience and hope that coursed through the veins of his ancestors. As the days dragged on, the siege tightened its grip. The once bustling market squares stood silent, save for the echo of a few desperate souls searching for scraps of food. The faint cries for help reverberated through Jerusalem, and with each passing hour, the city grew dimmer. The people were trapped, shadows of their former selves, their spirits battered but not yet broken. They whispered of a prophecy, a hope that a savior would rise to lead them out of darkness, igniting a flicker of courage in the hearts of even the most weary. But the Romans were relentless. They advanced methodically, cutting off the last of the food supplies, breaking down the defenses built over centuries. The walls of Jerusalem, once thought impenetrable, echoed with the sounds of siege engines and crashing timber. The citizens watched in horror as their beloved city began to crumble under the weight of merciless force. As the siege wore on, the atmosphere shifted. A darkness settled over Jerusalem, as if the very sky mourned for its people. The streets became a theater of anguish, where the cries of the dying mingled with the relentless pounding of Roman drums. Samuel, now a child forged in the flames of adversity, witnessed the transformation of his city, feeling the weight of history resting upon his small shoulders. He watched as neighbors turned against one another in their desperation, as the thin line between right and wrong blurred in the face of survival. Hope swung like a pendulum, sometimes soaring in the hearts of the brave, sometimes crashing into the depths of despair. Then the day came when the siege broke and the walls fell. The Romans breached the defenses, sweeping through the city like a tide of destruction. Blood ran through the streets, mingling with the dust of shattered dreams. The clamor of battle drowned out the cries of the innocent, leaving behind a haunting silence that enveloped the ruins. Samuel, now a witness to the darkest chapters of humanity, hid in the shadows as the Romans celebrated their victory, their laughter echoing like a death knell. As Jerusalem burned, the consequences of the siege rippled far beyond its walls. The Jewish people scattered like leaves in the wind, their homes lost, their traditions threatened. The dream of a unified nation, once vibrant and alive, seemed but a distant memory. In this moment of catastrophe, the world watched, the weight of history pressing down on the hearts of many. Some saw the fall of Jerusalem as the end of an era, while others viewed it as the beginning of a new chapter. But for Samuel, the story was not over. The embers of resilience flickered in his heart, a testament to the souls who had come before him. As the smoke curled into the sky, he made a silent promise to remember. He would carry the stories of his people, their struggles and their victories, into whatever future awaited him. The echoes of the past would guide his steps as he navigated the ruins of his beloved city. The consequences of the siege reached far and wide, igniting flames of rebellion in distant lands. The fall of Jerusalem would be felt for generations, a tale of loss and survival that would resound through history. The Romans, triumphant, believed they had extinguished the spirit of a nation, but little did they know that spirit had only begun to transform. In the dim light of the burning city, hope flickered like a candle in the dark, a beacon for the broken and the lost. Samuel, standing on the precipice of despair, felt its warmth. It whispered to him of new beginnings, of heroes rising from the ashes. The story of Jerusalem, though marred by tragedy, would continue, intertwining with the destinies of countless souls, each seeking the light in the shadows. As the world turned, the echoes of the siege would resonate, a reminder of the strength that lay within, waiting to be awakened. The future loomed on the horizon, filled with uncertainty, yet brimming with the promise of rebirth. The sun hung low over a desolate landscape, casting long shadows across a valley littered with bones, each one a remnant of lives once vibrant and full of purpose. A gust of wind whispered through the skeletal remains, stirring up dust that danced like lost souls in the fading light. This was a valley that bore witness to despair, a haunting reminder of what had been, a place where hope seemed as distant as the stars above. In this eerie silence, a figure emerged. Clad in ragged robes, a prophet named Ezekiel stood amidst the bones, his heart heavy with the weight of a divine vision. As he surveyed the lifeless forms scattered around him, a sense of urgency surged within him. How many dreams lay shattered here? How many futures had been extinguished? The valley was a graveyard not just of bodies but of ambitions, families, and stories untold. Then came the voice, powerful and commanding, breaking the silence like thunder rolling across the sky. "Son of man, can these bones live?" The question echoed through the valley, reverberating against the stones and rattling the very core of Ezekiel's being. He wrestled with the enormity of it. Could life return to this desolation? Could hope burst forth from such utter despair? The answer danced on the tip of his tongue, but he hesitated, caught between faith and doubt. "Lord, you alone know," he replied, a tremor in his voice. The words hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting the living and the lifeless, the seen and the unseen. The valley seemed to hold its breath, waiting for what would come next. And then, as if the universe itself had turned its gaze upon him, the vision unfolded before him like a sacred scroll, revealing profound meanings hidden within the bones. "Prophesy to these bones," the voice commanded. With trepidation, Ezekiel obeyed, speaking words of life into the emptiness. "Dry bones, hear the word of the Lord." His voice was stronger now, rising like a crescendo, filled with a fierce hope. And suddenly, as if responding to the very breath of God, the bones began to rattle. One by one, they shifted and moved, echoing a sound that felt both foreign and familiar. It was a symphony of resurrection, a declaration that even in the depths of despair, life could flourish once more. As each bone found its counterpart, a skeleton emerged, poised and regal. Ezekiel watched in awe, the flood of emotion overwhelming him. The valley, once a tomb, transformed into a stage of divine artistry. Flesh and sinew covered the bones, and soon, a vast army stood before him, vibrant, alive, and full of purpose. Tears streamed down his cheeks, a testament to the miracle unfolding. It was a scene that stirred the soul, igniting a fire of hope that burned brightly against the backdrop of a once impenetrable darkness. But the vision was more than just a miraculous display. It encapsulated the essence of the human spirit, its resilience, its yearning for life, and its unyielding faith in the face of despair. Each bone represented a story, a life that had faced trials, heartache, and loss. The valley was not merely a graveyard. It was a canvas painted with the struggles of a community, a reflection of their collective despair, but also an embodiment of their unwavering hope. Ezekiel understood the deeper meaning that pulsed through this vision. It was not just about individual restoration. It was about the revival of a nation. The bones were symbols of Israel, scattered and broken, yearning for revival and wholeness. In that moment, he realized that this vision was a promise that even in the darkest of times, hope could spring forth like the first blooms of spring after a harsh winter, vibrant and full of life. The voice continued, "I will put my spirit in you, and you will live." The words washed over Ezekiel like a warm embrace, filling him with an indescribable joy. The Spirit, the very essence of life, would breathe into the lifeless, transforming despair into triumph. It was a call to action, a charge to share this vision with the people, to rekindle their spirit and ignite their faith. As the army of restored bones stood tall, a wave of emotion surged through Ezekiel. He felt a connection to each of them, an unbroken thread binding their fates together. He imagined the stories they carried. Fathers, mothers, children, each one with dreams that had been suspended in time. The valley that had once symbolized abandonment now resonated with hope. It was a clear reminder that life could rise from the ashes, that shattered dreams could be rebuilt into something beautiful and new. Yet, as the vision unfolded, an undercurrent of tension lingered. Would the people believe? Would they embrace the promise of renewal? Or would they remain entrenched in the shadows of their past? Ezekiel felt the weight of this uncertainty pressing down on him like a heavy cloak. He knew he would have to move beyond the safety of his own understanding and perhaps face the scorn of those who had lost faith. Would they trust that life could emerge even from the direst situations? With the Spirit of the Lord urging him on, he prepared to confront the doubts and fears that lay ahead, ready to share this incredible vision. The valley, once a haunting reminder of death, now pulsed with the promise of life, and the echoes of hope began to resonate far beyond its borders. The sun dipped lower, casting a golden light that illuminated the faces of the newly formed army, their eyes glinting with determination and possibility. And in that moment, Ezekiel felt the thread of destiny weave through him, binding him to the past while propelling him towards a future filled with light. The journey of resurrection was just beginning, a path laden with challenges but illuminated by the enduring flame of hope, inviting him and all those around him to step forward into a new dawn, a fresh beginning, and a vibrant tapestry of life reborn. In a sun-soaked valley, dust swirled around the aged stones of an ancient city, remnants of a once thriving kingdom. The air was thick with the scent of hope and despair, mingling like the cries of the past that echoed through the crumbling walls. It was here, amidst the ruins, that the story of Israel's restoration began, an enduring tale woven through centuries of anguish and resilience. The year was 1948, a time when the world was shadowed by the aftermath of war. For countless Jews, the horrors of the Holocaust were fresh wounds, scars etched deep within their hearts. Yet, even in the darkest hour, a flicker of hope ignited, a yearning to return to the land promised to their ancestors. From every corner of the globe, exiles and survivors began to gather, driven by an unshakable belief that their homeland awaited them. As the sun rose over the ancient hills of Judea, casting golden rays upon the parched earth, hundreds of immigrants stepped off boats and airplanes, their feet landing on the soil of Israel for the first time. Their hearts raced as they breathed in the air of their ancestors, mingled with the salty ocean breeze. The land, once desolate, now echoed with the laughter of children and the hustle of new beginnings. The hope of restoration burned bright within them, igniting a sense of purpose that had long lain dormant. But this hope was not without its challenges. The land was a mosaic of cultures, tensions simmering beneath the surface. In the bustling markets of Jerusalem, the aroma of spices mingled with the sounds of vendors shouting their wares. Yet, in the shadows, old conflicts lurked, festering like wounds unhealed. It was a time when hearts were often heavy, and the fragile dream of peace seemed out of reach. Amidst this turmoil, leaders emerged, figures like David Ben-Gurion, whose voice rang out with fervor, calling for unity and strength. His passion resonated in the hearts of the people, as he proclaimed the birth of the State of Israel. The air crackled with electricity as crowds gathered, their faces illuminated by the flickering lights of hope. They stood shoulder to shoulder, a tapestry of traditions and stories, each individual a thread in the fabric of a new nation. As the Declaration of Independence was made, joy erupted like fireworks in the night sky. Tears flowed freely, laughter intertwined with cries of disbelief. Yet, in that very moment of triumph, the specter of conflict loomed large. Almost immediately, neighboring nations declared war, seeking to snuff out the light before it could fully shine. The ground trembled beneath the weight of uncertainty, and the cry of a newborn nation was met with the roar of battle. The stories of those early days are filled with heartache and heroism. Soldiers, young men and women, took up arms, their spirits unbroken. They fought not just for land, but for their dreams, their families, and their future. The battles were fierce and unyielding, each skirmish a testament to their unwavering spirit. Amidst the chaos and fear, they clung to one another, forming bonds that transcended bloodlines, united by the hope of a free Israel. In the cafes of Tel Aviv, conversations flowed like wine, punctuated by laughter and intense debates. Dreamers sketched out visions of a prosperous future, where diverse communities could live side by side, sharing their rich heritages. Artists painted murals that told the stories of struggle and triumph, each brushstroke a testament to resilience. Musicians strummed their instruments, melodies weaving through the air, echoing the heartbeat of a nation in the making. Yet the path of restoration was fraught with obstacles. Families were torn apart, homes destroyed, and lives forever changed. Each day brought news of loss and sorrow, yet within the depths of grief, a fire burned bright. People found solace in community, gathering together to share their trials and tribulations. They lit candles for those who had fallen, their flickering flames a symbol of eternal remembrance and hope. As the years rolled on, Israel transformed. Fields that once lay barren blossomed into vibrant orchards, the sound of laughter spilling over like the sweet nectar of ripened fruit. The land was nurtured by the hands of its people, who toiled under the sun, cultivating not just crops but dreams. Their children, a new generation, roamed freely, their laughter a symphony that rang through the valleys, each note a promise of the future. In the bustling streets of Jerusalem, the old and young mingled, sharing stories of their ancestors with wide-eyed wonder. The air pulsed with life, each moment a reminder of the journey taken. They gathered as a community, celebrating festivals that blended age-old traditions with new beginnings, weaving their rich history into the fabric of modern life. But even as the nation flourished, the shadows of the past lingered. The question of identity and belonging loomed large. The echoes of history called to them, urging reflection and reconciliation. Old wounds begged to be acknowledged, and the struggle for peace remained an uphill battle, fraught with complexities and challenges. Yet amidst this uncertainty, a spirit of unity began to rise. Conversations started to blossom, efforts for understanding ignited like kindling. Leaders emerged who sought to bridge divides, reaching out across the chasms of history.
Volgt in te turmoil of haar overneerd, te wins hovlet uitside, ansar a kneef se hat a choice te make, a patte te treat. Wilt se step into te ligget, seken konnestion, or retreat into te sadofs, letting yellow sy pil herinder. Te ans verloor met in te darkness, waiting voor te first ligget of daven toe breek traug. Te sin hing loof in te sky, casting a warm glof of ver te kamp weer te etjus of lachter aan shatter vadet into te distant past. Hagar stoot at te eke, her jaartpoundelijke adrum in Tesselense tat surrounded her. Sy keld almost deur te wyspers of te wins, ging haar voorwaard, weer te inknoon awaited. Te eir was thick with attention, a sharp contrast to te soft glof of disk that kloke te world around her. It was
pursuit of peace. And so, as the stars twinkled above, a new chapter began, ready to be written. In the flickering shadows of ancient Jerusalem, the air hung heavy with a sense of foreboding, as if the very stones were whispering secrets lost to time. The people milled about, their faces etched with worry and uncertainty, unaware of the dramatic scenes that were about to unfold before them. At the center of this tension stood Ezekiel, a prophet marked by visions and laden with a purpose that few could comprehend. Today, he was not merely a messenger of words but an artist of actions, using his body as the canvas to portray the impending fate of his people. He stepped forward, his heart pounding beneath the weight of his calling, ready to execute a sign that would reverberate through the hearts of all who witnessed it. Ezekiel had been chosen to convey divine messages through symbolic acts, each one a vivid portrayal of the nation's spiritual condition. His first act was as startling as it was poignant. He lay on his side for a staggering 390 days, bound and stricken with the heavy burden of Israel's iniquities. The onlookers were captivated, their eyes widening in disbelief. What madness was this? A man, a prophet, reduced to a mere prop for the sins of an entire generation. The ground beneath him felt like a prison, yet his spirit soared, for he knew each day was a testament to the nation's disobedience. With every passing day, whispers spread like wildfire among the people. Mothers pulled their children closer, shielding their eyes from the sight of Ezekiel's frail form, while others gawked in horror and fascination. This was not mere theatrics. It was a divine display, a living message that called the people back to their roots, back to their God. Who could possibly ignore the sight of a man stretched out in anguish, pleading for them to recognize the weight of their choices? Then, as if the heavens themselves were shifting, Ezekiel's next act turned the air electric. He took a clay tablet and scratched the walls of Jerusalem, drawing a vivid image of the city under siege. The sharp sound of his finger against the clay echoed through the streets, each stroke a hammer driving home the inevitable consequences of their rebellion. The people gasped, their hearts racing in tandem with the rhythm of his hand. This was no ordinary act. It was a sobering reminder that the glory of their beloved city was hanging by a thread, ready to unravel at any moment. The familiar scent of smoke swirled in the air as Ezekiel's next act emerged from an inspired fervor. He took a sword, its blade glinting ominously in the sunlight, and with a swift motion, he drew it against his own body, symbolizing the impending judgment. The collective gasp from the crowd sent a shiver down the spines of onlookers, their hearts pounding like war drums as they processed the sight of a prophet brandishing a weapon against himself, an embodiment of the violence that would soon befall them. The sword, a powerful symbol of destruction, now became a reflection of their choices, and they trembled at the realization. Each swing of the sword felt like a heartbeat, a relentless pulse that echoed the chaotic state of a nation lost in its own darkness. Ezekiel's next action was a scene that would haunt the memories of those who witnessed it. He gathered the remnants of a demolished city, rubble and ashes, and built a small model of Jerusalem, complete with siege walls and barricades. As he stood back to survey his work, tears glistened in his eyes, for he knew this was more than a mere plaything. It was a foretelling of destruction, a warning dressed in the garb of art. The people watched in silence, their hearts heavy with sorrow as they recognized the city they loved, crumbling beneath the weight of their collective sin. With each sign act, Ezekiel's emotional turmoil mirrored that of his audience. His heartache was palpable, as their shared grief painted the scene with shades of despair. How could they look away? The prophet was not just enacting a role. He was channeling their pain, their fears, their deepest regrets. And as he bound himself in ropes to symbolize their captivity, a hushed silence fell over the crowd. They could feel the tug of those bindings in their own souls, the chains of their choices, the imprisonment of their hearts. Ezekiel's voice, firm yet tender, broke through the stillness. Each word dripped with urgency, each syllable a desperate plea for repentance. His actions were not merely for show. They were cries for awakening, beckoning the people to rise from their complacency. They stood, transfixed, as the emotions of the moment surged like a storm within them. Could they hear his heart? Could they feel the weight of his burden? Yet, amidst the despair, there was a flicker of hope. Ezekiel's symbolic acts were not just proclamations of judgment. They were also calls to restoration. As he tore his clothes in anguish, the fabric fluttered like a banner of both pain and promise. A reminder that even in destruction, there lies the potential for renewal. Each action moved like waves crashing against the rocky cliffs of the people's hearts, stirring something dormant within them. Would they resist the tide or allow it to wash over them, to cleanse and renew their spirits? The tension mounted, thick enough to slice through the air as Ezekiel prepared for his final act. His heart raced as anticipation crackled around him. He would not merely be a prophet but a herald of change, a catalyst that could transform the hearts of a nation. The moment hung like a fragile thread, balancing on the precipice of despair and hope, ready to snap at any moment. And with that, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, Ezekiel's actions beckoned the people toward a choice that would ripple through the ages, echoing in the very fabric of their lives. The scene was set, the stakes higher than ever, and the promise of what was to come loomed just beyond the horizon, waiting to unfold. As the dust settled around them, the story was far from over, swirling in the air like the whispers of a prophet long remembered. In a time of upheaval, when the land lay wasted and despair clung to the air like thick fog, women in the small communities of Israel stood tall. They bore not just the weight of their families but also the burdens of prophecy. Ezekiel, The watchmen on the walls of Jerusalem delivered messages of warning and hope, weaving through the hearts of the people. Yet, amid the cries of judgment and the visions of restoration, the voices of women flickered like candles in the darkness, their presence a subtle but profound force in the unfolding drama. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the shattered streets, the women gathered in hushed circles. Their faces, lined with the trials of their lives, spoke volumes of strength and resilience. They shared whispers of Ezekiel's words, echoes that danced between the ruins, igniting the spirits of those who listened. While men often took center stage in ancient narratives, here in Ezekiel's prophecies, it was the women who became the heartbeat of the community. Ezekiel often portrayed the nation of Israel as a wayward bride, a theme steeped in emotional resonance. In this metaphor, the women of the land were not merely passive figures. They were emblematic of the people, betrayed, broken, yet yearning for reconciliation. The heartbreak of Israel mirrored the heartbreak of its mothers, daughters, and sisters, all of whom grappled with loss and longing. Their tears fell like rain, nourishing the dry earth, and their hopes were woven into the very fabric of the prophecies. Consider the woman who stood at the well, drawing water while the world crumbled around her. As she lifted her head, she saw the distant figure of Ezekiel, his voice rising above the clamor of despair. He called for repentance, for the nation to turn back to the Lord, and in that moment, she felt the weight of his words like a heavy stone in her heart. Women like her were not just listeners. They were the silent architects of change, nurturing the seeds of faith in their families. They prayed fervently, their voices rising in unison, creating a chorus of hope that would not be silenced. Ezekiel's visions often painted vivid images of ruin and restoration, and many of these images were deeply intertwined with feminine symbolism. The Valley of Dry Bones, a haunting picture of desolation, also hinted at the rebirth that could come from despair. The idea of resurrecting life from lifelessness resonated with women who had witnessed their loved ones suffer and die. They understood the cycle of life and death more intimately, and thus Ezekiel's message of revival struck a chord deep within them. In moments of intense vision, Ezekiel described the role of the daughters of Israel strong, fierce, and unyielding. They were the ones who carried the weight of their ancestors' sins on their shoulders, yet they refused to be defined by them. They rallied together, standing against the tide of hopelessness, becoming the voice of the voiceless. As the prophet spoke of the coming judgment, women's hearts beat in rhythm with his words, their resolve hardening like iron. They listened, not just as passive recipients but as active participants in the unfolding narrative of their people. Among these women was a widow, her hands calloused from years of toil. She had lost her husband but refused to abandon her faith. Each time Ezekiel proclaimed a message of impending doom, she clutched her children tighter, praying fervently that the God she served would remember them. Her sacrifices, her unwavering faith, and her fierce love for her family symbolized the spirit of countless women who faced unimaginable trials. Even when the world around them shattered, they continued to believe in the possibility of renewal. Every prophecy Ezekiel uttered seemed to resonate with the struggles of women who took on the roles of both nurturers and warriors. They played a crucial role in preserving the narrative of their people, passing down stories of their faith and resilience through generations. Their hearts echoed with the promise of restoration, even when the situation seemed dire. With each word from Ezekiel's lips, they felt empowered, as if he was calling them to rise, to reclaim their roles as essential pillars of the community. Their stories were not just mere footnotes in the annals of history. They were threads woven into the grand tapestry of faith. The lamentations of mothers mourning lost sons were met with the promise of a future where hearts would mend. The visions of a new Jerusalem, filled with life and vibrancy, were glimpsed through the eyes of women who dared to dream of a better tomorrow. Their eyes, glistening with tears and hope, became mirrors reflecting the very essence of the prophecies. As darkness loomed, Ezekiel's words shone like a beacon. Women gathered in clandestine meetings, sharing visions of a restored Israel. They spoke of their dreams, their fears, and their unwavering belief that soon, the desolate valleys would bloom again. Their voices rose together, a powerful hymn that rattled the heavens, echoing the themes of Ezekiel's prophecies: rebirth, renewal, and the promise of a future restored. Throughout the land, the influence of these women seeped into every corner of the community. Their resilience became the backbone of the family unit, their faith the lifeblood of hope. Each woman carried a piece of the prophecy within her, a sacred trust passed down from generation to generation. In the quiet moments of prayer, they envisioned the return of the glory of the Lord, and with it, the restoration of their beloved homeland. As the night deepened, a fire flickered in the center of their gathering, a small yet fierce flame symbolizing their shared determination. The stories ignited a sense of urgency. The promise of change loomed closer. Ezekiel's prophecies had not just been words on a scroll. They were an invitation to rise from the ashes and reclaim their place in the narrative of salvation. And in this very moment, women understood the power of their voices. They were not just witnesses. They were the architects of a new dawn, a dawn that demanded they step forward, hand in hand, and embrace their roles at the forefront of change. Emboldened by the visions, their hearts united, they prepared to face whatever may come. The power of their collective spirit surged, ready to transform not just their families, but the very fabric of a nation. The flames of hope flickered higher in the night sky, a beacon that promised that, together, they would not just endure, but thrive. Just as Ezekiel's prophecies unfurled before them, so too did a new chapter of strength and resilience begin to rise, woven intricately with the threads of womanhood, echoing through the ages yet to come. The sun set over the ancient city of Jerusalem, casting long shadows that danced on the ruins of the past. The air was thick with the scent of dust and desperation, mingling with whispers of hope and regret. Ezekiel stood alone on the banks of the Chebar River, the weight of a burden pressing upon him like a storm cloud ready to burst. The people around him were lost in their own worlds, consumed by grief and despair, yet he felt a fire burning within him, a calling to awaken their spirits, to stir them from their stupor of blame and resignation. "Why do you complain?" His voice echoed in the stillness, as if the very stones might answer back. He had come to deliver a message that would shake the foundations of their beliefs. In a society that often pointed fingers, he was ready to break the cycle. "Each of you is responsible for your own actions," he proclaimed, his heart racing with the urgency of truth. This was not merely a lesson. It was a lifeline, a beacon in the dark night of their souls. The people shifted uncomfortably, some crossing their arms defensively. They were steeped in tradition, their minds clouded by the belief that their fates were tied to the sins of their ancestors. "The fathers eat sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge," they murmured, echoing a proverb that had become their excuse. But Ezekiel was not deterred. He envisioned a world where individuals took ownership of their lives, where each person understood the power of their choices, the weight of their decisions. "Repent!" he cried, his voice rising in intensity, each syllable charged with passion. "Turn from your sins and live." His words were like arrows, aimed at the hearts of his listeners. He could see the flicker of recognition in their eyes, a spark that hinted at an awakening. They were not just victims of circumstance. They were agents of change. They could create a new narrative for themselves, a story written not in the ink of blame but in the bold strokes of accountability. As the river flowed behind him, a symbol of both life and destruction, Ezekiel painted vivid pictures of righteousness and injustice. His tales were steeped in the rich history of the Israelites, a people who had known both the peaks of glory and the depths of despair. He reminded them of their forefathers, those who had walked with God and received his laws on Sinai. They were given a choice, he urged, just as you are, to live righteously or to stray into ruin. The choice is yours. The crowd began to stir, a wave of emotion washing over them. Faces once etched in sorrow now showed hints of determination. They had come to see Ezekiel as a mere prophet, but he was becoming their mirror, reflecting the truth they had buried deep. The energy shifted, an electric current flowing through the air as his words ignited something within them. "What of the wicked?" one man yelled from the back, his voice trembling with anger. What hope is there for them? Ezekiel's gaze sharpened, and he seized the moment. Hope is found in the act of turning. It is never too late to choose a new path, to turn from wickedness and embrace life. The one who repents will be saved, while those who persist in sin shall face the consequences of their actions. The tension in the air thickened as people processed his words, grappling with their own accountability. The man who had shouted out fell silent, his face pale as the realization dawned on him. The burden of his own choices weighed heavily on his soul. Encircled by their own truths, the crowd was now gasping for breath, caught between fear and the unyielding promise of redemption. Ezekiel's heart raced, feeling a change in the atmosphere. He could almost hear the ticking of time, each moment an echo of the past, a reminder that the future was theirs to shape. He spoke of the valley of dry bones, a vivid vision he had been given, where death met life, where hope met despair. "Can these bones live again?" he had asked, and the answer had come with the breath of God, filling the lifeless with spirit and purpose. He described the vision with fervor, invoking images of restoration and hope. "You are not defined by your past. You can be renewed. You can rise from the ashes." The crowd, now visibly moved, leaned forward, some wiping tears from their cheeks. They were beginning to see, beginning to understand the profound truth of individual responsibility. For too long they had clung to the shadows of blame, but now the light was breaking through. The voices of the past whispered through the crowd, tales of King David and his fall, of the great prophets who had stumbled yet found their way back. Each story tugged at their hearts, resonating with the struggles they faced. Personal accountability was not just a concept. It was a lifeline, a path to freedom that lay within their grasp. As he spoke, the river behind him continued its relentless journey, a reminder that time flowed ever forward. There was a sense of urgency now, a collective heartbeat echoing through the crowd. They were on the brink of a transformation, each one feeling the weight of their past lift just a little, replaced by the possibility of a new beginning. But with that hope came tension. The fear of the unknown lurked at the edges of their hearts. What would it mean to take responsibility? What if they failed again? Ezekiel sensed their struggle and urged them on, his voice a gentle yet firm guide. Embrace your choices. In every moment, you have the power to change your story. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the gathering, the shadows of doubt crept back in, threatening to overshadow the flicker of hope. The emotional tide surged within the hearts of the people, a tumult of fear and hope clashing like thunder in the distance. Each soul stood on the precipice of a decision. Would they step into the light of personal accountability, or retreat back into the darkness of denial? Ezekiel's words hung in the air, heavy with promise and challenge. The future lay before them, a blank canvas waiting for their brushstrokes. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, a fragile pause filled with the weight of possibility. And just as the sun disappeared, leaving a twilight glow, so too did the lingering questions remain. They would have to choose, and the journey of personal accountability was only just beginning. As thunder rumbled in the distance, a storm rolled over the ancient city, darkening the sky and swallowing the last traces of sunlight. The air crackled with electricity, and the citizens below whispered in fear, their eyes darting to the heavens, as if expecting something fierce and terrible to descend upon them. In times like these, when the world felt unsteady and precarious, the age-old belief that divine judgment loomed overhead seemed more palpable than ever. Centuries had passed since the great empires of the world rose and fell, yet the echoes of their fates reverberated through history, a reminder of the unyielding hand of justice that governed the universe. From the burning streets of ancient Rome, where emperors met grisly ends for their hubris, to the whispered tales of the lost civilizations of the Americas, where the gods were said to have turned away in anger, the theme of divine judgment was woven into the very fabric of human existence. In the shadowy corners of the marketplace, merchants hawked their wares, their voices rising and falling like the distant swell of the sea. But behind their smiles, something darker brewed, a collective consciousness that weighed heavily on their hearts. They all knew the stories, the tale of the tyrant king who ruled with an iron fist, whose oppressive reign ended when a bolt of lightning struck his throne, leaving nothing but ash in its wake. It was said that the gods had turned their gaze away from his cruelty, delivering a swift and terrible retribution. Those who had suffered under tyranny often spoke of justice as a living entity, hungry and restless, waiting for the right moment to strike. It was a force that transcended mere human understanding, a cosmic balance between right and wrong that could not be ignored. When the scales tipped too far, the universe would respond, and the heavens would rain down judgment upon the wicked. This belief pulsed through the veins of the people like an electric current, binding them in their shared hopes and fears. As the storm clouds loomed ominously, a group of villagers gathered in the town square, their faces illuminated by the flickering torches that cast long shadows against the stone walls. They spoke in hushed tones of the recent injustices that had befallen them, the corrupt officials who lined their pockets while the poor starved, the families torn apart by greed and deceit. The air was thick with tension, and the whispers turned into murmurs of vengeance. The spirit of justice was awakening among them. In the heart of the square, an elderly woman with silver hair, known to many as the keeper of stories, raised her hands for silence. Her voice, though cracked with age, was firm. She recounted the tale of a vengeful goddess who once walked the earth, wielding the power of retribution. With each word, she painted vivid images of her power, how she avenged those wronged and how she punished the unrepentant. The villagers, enraptured, felt the weight of her stories settle in their hearts, igniting a flame of hope within their souls. But hope often danced precariously close to despair. Just as the stories of justice were woven into the tapestry of their lives, so too were the tales of retribution's harshness. Fear gripped their hearts as they recalled the fate of those who had resisted the will of the divine. The tale of a small village that had turned away a weary traveler, only to find their crops withered and their livestock dead. The villagers, once prosperous, faced starvation as they realized too late that their refusal to show kindness had drawn the wrath of the gods. As the storm outside intensified, the villagers felt the weight of their choices pressing down upon them. Would they stand idly by, allowing injustice to flourish? Or would they rise in defiance, demanding a reckoning? In that moment, beneath the looming threat of the storm, they found themselves at a crossroads. The faint sound of thunder mirrored the pounding of their hearts, echoing their shared fear and resolve. Hours passed, and the storm raged on, as if responding to the collective turmoil within the villagers. Lightning split the sky, illuminating their faces, each one etched with determination, each one feeling the pull of justice and the dread of retribution. They knew that action was necessary, that their voices must rise above the chaos that threatened to consume them. They began to chant, their voices intertwining, creating a chorus of fervent demand for justice. With each chant, the air thickened, buzzing with the energy of 100 souls united in purpose. Yet, fate has a way of twisting the threads of life in unexpected ways. Just when the villagers thought they could seize control of their destiny, a figure emerged from the shadows, the figure of a young girl, no more than 10 years old, her face streaked with dirt and tears. She stepped forward, trembling yet resolute, her eyes wide with truth. "I saw what happened," she cried, her voice cutting through the storm's fury. "I saw them take my brother. I saw them hurt him." Gasps erupted from the crowd, and the electricity in the air shifted. The girl's words, laced with a piercing clarity, brought forth the hidden anguish of the people. They turned to one another, faces filled with understanding. Justice was not just an abstract concept. It was personal. It was about the lives they cherished, the families they fought for, the dreams they held close. No longer could they ignore the cries of the innocent or stand by while the scales tipped toward injustice. In that moment of clarity, the realization hit them like the crack of thunder. The divine judgment they sought was not merely a force of cosmic balance, but a call to action, a reminder that they must be the architects of their own fates. The storm outside was nothing compared to the tempest brewing within them. They were driven by a need to right the wrongs, to stand against the tide of tyranny that had claimed too many lives. The villagers, once bound by fear, were now fueled by hope, ready to confront the shadows that had loomed over them for far too long. As the storm continued to rage, the tension in the air grew electric, charged with the promise of change. And amidst the chaos, a new purpose was born, one that would ripple through the ages, a testament to the power of justice and the inevitability of retribution. The world awaited its reckoning, and they would not shy away from the fight. The ancient stories of divine judgment whispered through the winds, calling for the courageous to rise and challenge their fate. The villagers, emboldened and united, took a deep breath, ready to step into the storm. Together, the heavens trembled, and the ground beneath them shook, but their resolve only strengthened. As they moved forward, the narrative of justice and retribution began to weave itself anew, a tale that would echo through time, reminding all who dared to listen that the divine judgment was not a distant reality, but a breath away, lurking just beyond the horizon. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the ancient lands of Ammon, Moab, and Edom. It was a time of whispers and shadows, where the air was thick with the weight of prophecies, words that threatened to reshape destinies and carve deep scars into the fabric of history. In this moment, the land held its breath, teetering on the brink of turmoil. The Ammonites, fierce in their pride, stood on the banks of the Jabbok River, their voices rising in proud declaration. They were descendants of Lot, and their heritage was steeped in blood and conflict. But the echoes of their braggadocio would soon be drowned out by the chilling sound of prophecy. A prophet, clothed in humility yet brimming with divine fervor, strode into their midst. His words were sharp like a two-edged sword, slicing through arrogance and laying bare the truth. "Your days are numbered, Ammon," he proclaimed, his voice steady, yet carrying the tremor of warning. "Your gods of stone and bronze cannot save you from the coming storm." With every word, the air crackled with tension. The Ammonites exchanged wary glances, their confident smiles faltering. The prophet spoke of the day when their fortresses would crumble, when their lands would be overtaken, their towns left in ruins. "In your pride, you have mocked the people of Israel, but know this, your laughter will turn to weeping, and your strength will be shattered." The sun dipped further, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out like fingers of fate. Not far away, the Moabites watched, their hearts heavy with the weight of history. They were a proud people too, descendants of Lot's other daughter, living in the rugged hills that stretched towards the heavens. Yet the whispers of destruction hung over them like a dark cloud. A voice echoed through the valleys, a cry of despair that spoke of their impending ruin. "Moab, you are no longer favored," it said, a chilling truth wrapped in sorrow. "Your vineyards will wither, and your warriors will fall. The day of reckoning is at hand." Fear rippled through the Moabites, mingling with indignation. They remembered their victories, their glory in battle, yet the realization dawned like a cruel dawn that nothing, not even the mightiest of armies, could stand against the will of the Almighty. The earth beneath them trembled, mirroring their inner turmoil. Would they too be swallowed by the tide of prophecy, swept away like grains of sand? And then there was Edom, a land cradled by mountains, where the people lived in the shadows of fortresses carved from red rock. The Edomites prided themselves on their lineage, tracing it back to Esau, the brother who sold his birthright. Yet, the prophet's voice rang out here as well, echoing through the narrow canyons. "Edom, your pride will be your downfall. You have danced in the blood of your brethren, and now the vengeance of the heavens is upon you." Those words ignited a fire of panic and disbelief. How could this be? Their land was strong, their warriors fierce. Yet, the prophet's eyes shone with a light that revealed a different truth, a truth that pierced their collective heart. As word spread of the prophecies, fear turned to rage among the three nations. They gathered their armies, determined to stand against the inevitable. In the moonlight, their banners fluttered defiantly, a symbol of their determination to resist the divine decree. The air was thick with tension as they plotted together, their leaders whispering conspiracies that danced dangerously close to blasphemy. But beneath their bravado lay a trembling uncertainty, a shared anxiety that perhaps the prophet's words were not mere fabrications. In the stillness of the night, a sense of foreboding settled over the land. The winds carried the whispers of a coming storm, and the earth seemed to groan in response. The Ammonites, Moabites, and Edomites, bound together by fate yet divided by pride, prepared for a confrontation that felt as inevitable as the setting sun. Their hearts raced, not with anticipation of victory, but with the dread of what loomed on the horizon. And in the midst of their gathering, a young man stepped forward. Though he was but a shepherd, his eyes burned with an intensity that silenced the murmurs around him. "Listen," he called, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "The prophecies are not simply words. They are warnings, a chance for redemption." He spoke passionately of unity, of casting aside their feuds and coming together against a common foe that was far greater than their grievances. But the leaders scoffed, their hearts hardened by the weight of history and pride. With each passing day, the ominous signs grew undeniable. The rivers ran dry, the crops withered under an unrelenting sun, and the laughter of children faded into echoes of despair. The once bustling markets fell silent, replaced by the haunting cries of the beleaguered. The land itself seemed to mirror the turmoil within, as nature itself reacted to the sin and discord that had brewed for generations. As the skies darkened and the winds howled, the nations braced for impact. The armies stood at the ready, but as they prepared for battle, they could not shake the feeling that they were merely pawns in a game far beyond their understanding. The prophet's warnings echoed in their minds, growing louder with each heartbeat. The shadows lengthened, and the air crackled with an energy that promised violence, destruction, and, perhaps, redemption. In that moment, the destinies of Ammon, Moab, and Edom hung in the balance, a fragile thread woven from fear, pride, and the haunting specter of prophecy. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the land, and the world held its breath. On a sultry afternoon in the summer of 70 AD, the air in Jerusalem was thick with tension, as if the sky itself held its breath. The distant rumble of approaching armies echoed through the narrow, winding streets, a grim harbinger of what was to come. People wandered about, faces drawn and eyes wide with fear, their hearts beating like war drums, each thud a reminder that time was running out. As the Roman legions, a relentless tide of steel and fury, drew closer, the only question that lingered in the minds of the city's inhabitants was not if the city would fall, but when. In the midst of chaos, Elder Ben Zion leaned against the ancient stones of the temple, his frail body trembling with a mixture of anticipation and dread. He had seen much in his long years, but nothing could prepare him for the sight of his beloved city crumbling under the weight of despair. "Watch the skies," he whispered to a gathering of terrified families. "They hold the whisper of prophecy. They have foretold this day." The elderly man's voice trembled, yet beneath the quaver lay a fierce resolve, a flicker of hope that perhaps the divine would intervene. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the city, the first wave of Roman soldiers breached the outer walls. The clash of iron against iron filled the air, a horrifying symphony of destruction. Screams rang out, echoing off the stones that had stood for centuries, witnessing generations of prayer and sacrifice. The cries of mothers searching for their children mingled with the shouts of soldiers, creating a cacophony that would haunt the city long after the dust settled. Among the chaos, a young girl named Miriam, no more than 10, clutched her ragged doll to her chest, her wide eyes reflecting the flames that danced in the streets. She moved silently through the shadows, weaving between fallen stones and terrified crowds. The world around her was a blur of horror, yet within her, a small spark of defiance ignited. "I will survive," she thought, as she ducked into a narrow alley, her heart racing like a frightened bird in a cage. The Romans advanced, their discipline a stark contrast to the frantic disarray of the defenders. General Titus led his troops with an iron fist, his heart hardened against the cries of the people. Yet, even he felt a flicker of uncertainty. The siege stretched on, and as days turned into weeks, a pall of desperation settled over Jerusalem. Food was scarce, and with each passing moment, the spirit of the city began to crack. Witnesses spoke of a woman named Rachel, who wandered the streets, her voice a haunting melody of grief. My son," she cried, her words laced with raw anguish. She had lost everything to the relentless tide, her heart shattered like the very walls of Jerusalem. Oh, how can the heavens remain silent? Is there no justice? Her cries reached the ears of the gods, or so some believed, stirring a wave of emotion among the onlookers who felt the weight of her sorrow. As the siege continued, prophecies danced on the lips of the righteous, stories of a coming Messiah who would restore the glory of Israel. Yet for many, hope was dimming. Elder Ben Zion recalled the ancient texts, where visions of destruction intermingled with hope for redemption. A new dawn shall rise from the ashes. The valley of tears will become a garden, he murmured, trying to instill courage in the hearts of the weary. The words were like a balm on their bruised souls, and for a fleeting moment, they felt the warmth of belief wrap around them like a comforting cloak. But the Romans pressed on relentlessly, their siege towers looming like dark shadows over the city. One fateful night, as the stars twinkled above like lost souls, the sound of the first breach shattered the heavens. The ground trembled as the gates of the city fell, and the roar of the Roman legions surged forward, a monstrous wave that swept through the streets, devouring everything in its path. Miriam found herself trapped in the chaos, the shadows closing in around her. Panic surged like wildfire as she stumbled into the square, her heart pounding like a drum. To her left, she saw Elder Ben Zion, his head bowed, whispering fervent prayers that tangled in the air like smoke. Do not lose faith, little one, he called to her, sensing her presence even amid the uproar. Even in darkness, there is light. But the light was fading fast for many. Families huddled together, their bonds fraying under the pressure of fear and despair. A father held his child close, his hands trembling as he murmured promises of safety that felt increasingly hollow. We will rise again. We will rebuild, he assured, though even he wrestled with the creeping doubt that gnawed at him like a hungry beast. As dawn broke over the beleaguered city, the sun cast a golden hue upon the rubble, a cruel contrast to the blood-soaked streets. The cries of the fallen echoed in the minds of those who remained, a haunting reminder of the price of survival. Among the ruins, two figures stood, Elder Ben Zion and Miriam, both embodying the last threads of hope in a city on the brink of annihilation. They exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them, a prayer that perhaps, against all odds, redemption could still come. The clash of swords resumed, the Romans relentless as they pushed deeper into the heart of Jerusalem. And still, the echoes of prophecy surged among the people, stories of a future where the earth would quake and the skies would weep, ushering in a new era. Hold on, Elder Ben Zion cried out, his voice a rallying cry that pierced through the fog of despair. Even now, the divine listens. Remember, we are the seeds of a new beginning. The air thickened with anticipation, fear, and a desperate yearning for salvation. And as the sun began to rise higher in the sky, illuminating the devastated landscape, the spirits of the people rallied one last time. They fought not just for survival, but for the hope of the generations that would follow. A story yet to be written, a narrative that would transcend the darkness and emerge into the light. In the heart of the storm, the threads of prophecy intertwined with the fabric of despair, creating a tapestry of human resilience against the unstoppable tide of fate. Each breath was a prayer, each heartbeat a testament to the unyielding spirit of a people clinging to hope, even as the shadow of destruction loomed ever closer. Like a candle flickering in the wind, they stood against the storm, ready to face whatever would come next, whatever the future held, for they knew the story was far from over. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the ruins of the once great temple in Jerusalem. Dust swirled in the air, caught in the fading light, while the faint echoes of ancient prayers seemed to whisper through the stones, pleading for a return to glory. In the silence, a feeling of deep loss enveloped the land. The temple wasn't just a structure of stone and wood. It was the very heart of the people's faith, a sanctum where heaven and earth met, where divine presence lingered. Ezekiel, a prophet burdened with visions as heavy as the weight of the world, stood before this crumbled edifice. His heart echoed with the chaos of exile, his mind racing with memories of the vibrant worship that once filled the air. The temple, in all its splendor, had been a symbol of hope, a promise of connection to the divine. Yet now, it lay desolate, stripped of its beauty and purpose, a haunting reminder of what was lost. In his visions, the temple transformed into a radiant beacon. He saw walls gleaming with gold, and the smell of incense perfumed the air, igniting the sacredness that had long been absent. Ezekiel envisioned priests clothed in white, their faces bright with joy, as they conducted rituals with reverence, weaving together the past and future with every chant and prayer. This was the temple as it was meant to be, alive with energy and purpose, a place where God's presence dwelled among the people, where worship transcended the mundane and lifted hearts to the divine. The significance of the temple in Ezekiel's visions wasn't just about the building. It was about restoration and renewal. The people, scattered and disheartened, craved a return to their roots. They longed for a place where they could once again feel the divine touch, where their voices could rise together in unison, echoing off the sacred walls as they poured out their hearts in worship. Ezekiel's visions were laced with urgency. They were not mere fantasies, but vivid promises of what could still be. He saw water flowing from the temple's threshold, pure and life-giving. It rushed through the land, healing it, bringing life to barren fields and quenching the thirst of the weary. The imagery stirred deep emotions, igniting a fire of hope among the people. The temple symbolized a future where despair could turn to joy, where broken spirits could find wholeness once more. The waters spoke of a new covenant, a fresh start, where God would be present among his people, guiding them, nurturing them. As the visions unfolded, they became a tapestry of divine grace and redemption. Ezekiel was not merely a spectator. He was a conduit of revelation, feeling the weight of each image as if they were a part of him. He understood that the temple was a reflection of the people's faith, their identity, and their relationship with God. It was a physical reminder that they were never truly abandoned, even in their darkest hours. But with the beauty of his visions came the stark reality of desolation. Ezekiel's heart ached for the people who had lost their way, who had forgotten the sacred rhythms of worship. In his mind, he could see the faces of children who would never know the joy of gathering at the temple, of hearing the songs of praise that once filled the air like a sweet melody. It was a longing that pierced through the layers of despair, urging him to speak with urgency, to awaken the hearts of those who had grown numb. Each vision brought forth a deep swell of emotion, a tension that crackled in the air like electricity before a storm. It beckoned the people to remember, to return to their roots and rekindle the flame of faith that had flickered in the shadows. Ezekiel became the voice of that flame, urging them to envision the temple restored, a place where their fragmented souls could be reunited with the divine. As the visions shifted from grandeur to stark reality, the powerful image of God's glory descending upon the temple was both awe-inspiring and humbling. Ezekiel witnessed a cloud enveloping the sacred space, a symbol of God's presence that wrapped around the people like a warm embrace. This divine glory was a promise of restoration, a promise that the temple, though in ruins, would rise again, not simply as a building but as a living symbol of hope and faith. With each vision, Ezekiel felt the pulse of the people's yearning, a collective heartbeat that echoed in the stillness of his soul. His prophecies were more than mere words. They were lifelines thrown to a people adrift in uncertainty. The temple was the anchor that could ground them, a reminder that no matter how far they strayed, they could always return. The significance of the temple was woven deeply into the very fabric of their identity. It was a reminder that they were chosen, loved, and never alone. Yet, as the visions danced before him, there lay an undercurrent of tension. How could they rebuild? How could a people so broken find their way back to such a sacred place? The questions loomed large as Ezekiel's heart throbbed with the weight of responsibility. His visions were not just for him. They were for the scattered, the lost, and the weary. They spoke of a future where the ruins would be transformed, where hope would rise from the ashes, but the path was fraught with uncertainty. Every moment Ezekiel spent in these visions was charged with emotion, each scene layered with meaning. The temple, in all its significance, became a powerful metaphor for renewal, a reminder that while the past shaped them, it did not have to define their future. The promise that echoed through his mind was clear. The temple would once again stand as a testament to faith, a landmark of hope where every tear shed could be transformed into joy. And just as Ezekiel stood on the precipice of this new vision, an unsettling thought crept in. How long would the people listen? Would they be ready to embrace the promise of restoration? The weight of his calling felt heavier than ever, and the air crackled with the tension of unfulfilled longing. The sacred stones of the temple awaited their cry for redemption, ready to rise from the rubble. But would the hearts of the people answer? In the stillness, a shiver of anticipation hung in the air, reverberating with the unspoken promise of change. The temple's story was not merely one of stone and mortar. It was a living narrative of faith, a bridge between the divine and the human spirit. As the visions flowed seamlessly into the next, the journey continued, each heartbeat echoing with the hope of restoration. The sacred flame burned bright, waiting for the moment it would be reignited, illuminating the path back home. In the stillness of the night, the air thick with anticipation, a flicker of light breaks through the darkness, illuminating a figure standing at the edge of an ancient city. It is Jerusalem, its stones whispering stories of worship, sacrifice, and longing. Each dawn, the sun spills gold over the Temple Mount, igniting dreams of a new sanctuary, where worship transcends time and space, uniting past, present, and future in an unbroken chain of faith. The vision of a new temple rises from the ashes of history, filled with hope and longing. This is not just a building of stone and mortar. It is a sacred promise, a beacon for a world yearning for connection. Imagine the echoes of prayers once whispered in the shadows of Solomon's temple, now merging with the fervent cries of a new generation, each voice lifting higher, seeking the divine. As the dawn breaks, the golden rays illuminate the intricate blueprints that have been meticulously crafted. These plans, etched by hands both trembling and steady, capture the essence of a future where worship is unconfined. They reflect a space designed to welcome everyone, no longer just a select few, but a diverse tapestry of souls, each thread woven with intention, passion, and devotion. Every corner of this new temple is alive with potential, ready to nurture the weary heart and elevate the spirit. Conversations ripple through the crowd gathered around the sacred site. Elders share tales of the first and second temples, their voices thick with nostalgia. They speak of the days when the Ark of the Covenant resided within the Holy of Holies, a tangible connection to the divine. Young ones listen, eyes wide with wonder, their imaginations ignited by visions of what could be. A space where the miraculous intertwines with the mundane, where the divine presence wraps around the faithful like a warm embrace. Yet, amidst the fervor, a shadow lingers. The weight of history is felt deeply, a reminder of destruction and loss. The Second Temple, once a magnificent symbol of faith, was reduced to ruins, leaving behind a longing that aches in the hearts of many. The cries of those who witnessed the destruction still echo in the alleys, a poignant reminder that the path to restoration is tangled with grief. Yet, it is this very grief that fuels the vision of renewal, igniting a fire in the soul of the people. In the center of this hopeful gathering stands an architectural marvel, a vision of the new temple that intricately blends the past with the promise of tomorrow. Its walls, adorned with vibrant mosaics, depict stories from sacred texts, each tile a testament to the faith that built this vision. Sunlight dances across the surfaces, casting playful shadows that shift and change, reminiscent of the fleeting moments of life that worship encapsulates. As people begin to envision their place within these walls, a collective breath is held. What will worship look like in a space so alive? The air vibrates with excitement and uncertainty as the thought of communal rituals unfolds. Large gatherings, where voices lift in harmony, echoing the ancient songs of praise, and small, intimate moments of reflection, where one can feel the gentle embrace of the divine, all coexist in this sacred blueprint. It promises a sanctuary where laughter and tears mingle, where every emotion finds its home. Amidst the clamor of hope, a figure steps forward, a visionary leader, eyes gleaming with passion. They speak with the fire of a prophet, igniting hearts and minds. This new temple is not merely a structure. They declare, voice ringing through the gathering. It is a testament to resilience, a celebration of diversity, and a call to unity. Their words hang heavy in the air, electrifying the crowd, urging them to envision a world where worship knows no boundaries. As they continue, the tensions rise, echoing the struggles that have shaped faith over centuries. The longing for a space where every voice is heard, every story told. As the leader's voice swells, the crowd sways as one, a living testament to the power of shared dreams. Unbeknownst to them, the stones beneath their feet vibrate with an ancient energy, a pulse of history that has long awaited this moment. The ground, once soaked with tears of sorrow, now shivers with the promise of joy, a rebirth that transcends the physical. Suddenly, a hush falls over the assembly. A child, innocent and pure, steps into the center, a symbol of hope, her eyes sparkling with wonder. She raises her small hands, palms open to the sky, and without a word, breathes life into the vision. Her gesture ignites a wave of emotion, cascading through the crowd as people instinctively reach out, drawn together by the sheer beauty of possibility. Tears flow freely, laughter resonates, and the air becomes charged with a profound sense of connection, woven together by the threads of shared dreams. Yet, in this moment of unity, a flicker of doubt lingers. Questions bubble beneath the surface. What if the vision is too grand, too ambitious? What if the scars of the past prove too deep to heal? But even as these thoughts swirl, they are quickly drowned out by the chorus of voices, chanting songs of hope and love. The doubt begins to fade, overshadowed by the electricity of the collective spirit, as they envision the day when the new temple will rise, a monument not only to faith but to the enduring strength of the human spirit. The sunlight bathes the scene in a warm glow, illuminating the faces of believers young and old, each one a vital thread in the fabric of this new reality. They stand on the brink of a transformation, a rebirth of worship that transcends time, a reconnection to the divine that promises to heal and uplift. The heartbeat of Jerusalem echoes in their chest, a reminder that they are part of a grand narrative, woven into the tapestry of faith. And just as the last echoes of their chant fade into the twilight, a vision manifests. A glimpse of bricks and mortar, of pillars rising, adorned with symbols that tell stories of old and new. It is a promise waiting to unfold, a beacon of hope shining brightly against the darkened sky. The image lingers in the air, a reminder that the dream is not yet complete. It is merely the beginning of a journey that will flow seamlessly into the next chapter. A chapter where worship transforms into an experience, a heartbeat connecting all who seek the divine. A cool breeze whispered through the ancient olive trees, rustling their gnarled branches as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an amber glow over the land. The sound of laughter echoed in the distance, children playing, their joy mingling with the earthy scent of the soil. But beneath this peaceful scene lay a story steeped in tension and unbreakable promises. A tale of a covenant that transcended generations, binding a people to their God and each other in ways that would echo through time. Long ago, in a land where mountains kissed the sky and rivers carved their way through valleys, God chose a people. With a voice like thunder, he called to a man named Abram, whose heart beat with a longing for something more. "I will make you a great nation," God promised, and with that, the path of history began to shift. Abram, later named Abraham, was filled with a mixture of awe and skepticism. The weight of such a promise felt heavy, yet the spark of hope ignited in his heart. As he looked at the stars that night, each twinkling light whispered of descendants as numerous as the grains of sand on the shore. Years passed, and with every sunrise, Abraham faced trials that would test any man's faith. The barren land that surrounded him reflected the barren heart of his wife, Sarah, who yearned for a child. How could this promise be fulfilled? Yet, in the stillness of dawn, God's voice came again, gentle yet firm. Is anything too hard for the Lord? With renewed strength, Abraham held onto that promise, and his faith became a beacon that illuminated the darkness of doubt. Then came the moment of truth when the impossible happened. Sarah laughed with disbelief when she learned she would bear a son at her age. But laughter turned to joy as Isaac was born, the living embodiment of God's covenant. Every coo, every giggle from the child filled the air with the sweet fragrance of fulfillment. Abraham wasn't just a man. He was a vessel for divine purpose, and his faithfulness opened the door for generations yet to come. Yet, the covenant was not merely a gift. It demanded a response. The call to obedience echoed through the mountains and valleys. "Walk before me and be blameless," God instructed, setting the stage for a sacred relationship grounded in trust. It was a bond woven with threads of loyalty and love, an agreement that required the people to live in a way that honored the God who had chosen them. With every act of obedience, they danced in harmony with the divine rhythm of life. The years flowed by like the rivers that nourished the land, and the descendants of Abraham grew into a nation. But with growth came struggle. The Israelites found themselves enslaved in Egypt, their cries piercing the silence of oppression. It was in the depth of their despair that the God of the covenant revealed himself as a liberator. "I have heard the cries of my people," he declared to Moses, setting in motion a masterful plan that would change everything. Through miracles that defied nature itself, God led his people out of bondage, parting the Red Sea and drowning their pursuers. The Israelites emerged, not just as a group of escaped slaves, but as a nation reborn under the banner of divine promise. The mountains echoed with their shouts of freedom, and the very air shimmered with the electricity of hope. Yet the journey was far from over. It was only just beginning. As they wandered through the wilderness, the covenant relationship deepened. God provided manna from heaven and water from rocks, showing that he was their sustainer and protector. But as the Israelites faced trials, their hearts wavered. They grumbled against the God who had liberated them, forgetting the miracles witnessed with their own eyes. What happened to the promise? They wondered, as they longed for the comforts of Egypt. Yet, God remained steadfast, revealing his patience and grace, urging them to remember his faithfulness. At Mount Sinai, the air crackled with anticipation. The clouds enveloped the mountain as God descended in fire and smoke, giving his people the commandments that would shape their identity. "You shall have no other gods before me," he proclaimed. With each word, the covenant took on weight, a living contract binding the Israelites to their Creator. This sacred law wasn't just a set of rules. It was a lifeline, a way to navigate the complexities of life in a world filled with distractions and temptations. The tension grew thick as the Israelites struggled to uphold their end of the covenant. They worshipped a golden calf in a moment of desperation, and with each clang of metal, they severed the bond of trust with their God. Moses, the chosen leader, interceded on their behalf, pleading for mercy. "Remember your promises," he cried, casting himself at God's feet. The power of repentance hung in the air as God's heart softened, revealing the depth of his love even amid betrayal. Generations passed, and the saga continued. Kings rose and fell, some faithful to the covenant, others drifting away like leaves caught in the wind. Amid the chaos, prophets emerged, voices crying out in the wilderness, reminding the people of their sacred bond. "Return to me, and I will return to you." Their words resonated like a heartbeat, echoing the longing of a God who would never abandon his chosen. With each passing year, the anticipation of fulfillment grew. A promise awaited, whispered through the ages, a Messiah who would embody the ultimate expression of the covenant relationship. The heart of God beat for his people, longing for reconciliation. And in the stillness of a humble stable, the world would witness a miracle that would transcend time itself. The tension between promise and fulfillment hung palpably in the air, as the people awaited the dawn of a new era. Little did they know, the greatest chapter of the covenant story was about to unfold, intertwining their lives with the divine in ways they could never imagine. The anticipation crackled like electricity, setting the stage for a culmination that would reverberate through history, forever changing the course of humanity. The air crackled with an energy that felt almost electric, as if the very ground beneath people's feet was awakening in anticipation of a message that had been waiting to be delivered for ages. In the ancient city of Jerusalem, the weight of history hung heavily, a tapestry woven with threads of glory, sin, and a desperate longing for redemption. Amidst this backdrop, the voice of Ezekiel rose above the murmurs and whispers, echoing through the hearts of both the faithful and the doubtful. Ezekiel, a prophet torn from his homeland, found himself in a foreign land, yet his spirit remained tethered to the grandeur of the temple in Jerusalem. His words dripped with passion, a fierce reminder of what holiness truly meant. To Ezekiel, holiness was not merely a concept confined to rituals or commandments. It was the very essence of life, pulsating with divine significance. He envisioned a world where God's presence illuminated every shadowed corner, where the people would awaken to the sanctity surrounding them. The heavens seemed to tremble as he declared, "You shall be holy, for I am holy." Those simple words held the power to transform lives. Ezekiel's lament was not just for the fallen city, but also for the hearts that had strayed from their sacred roots. His vivid imagery painted scenes of desolation, yet within them was always a glimmer of hope, an invitation to return to holiness. "Turn from your offenses," he cried, his voice rising like smoke from a sacrificial altar, urging the people to shed their impurities, to reach for the pure and the good that had once defined their existence. He painted a portrait of a God who longed for his people to reconnect, to shake off the dust of their iniquities and rise anew. Scenes of destruction danced through his mind, yet they were juxtaposed with visions of restoration. The temple, once a beacon of divine connection, lay in ruins, but Ezekiel saw it restored, vibrant and alive with worship. His heart raced with each prophetic vision of a valley filled with dry bones, a metaphor for the lifeless state of his people. With each breath he took, he envisioned the bones coming together, sinews forming, and the breath of God sweeping through to bring life where there was only despair. It sent chills down the spines of those who listened, igniting a flicker of belief that perhaps, just perhaps, they could be revived as well. The tension in the air was palpable. Some nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a flicker of hope, while others turned away, burdened by their guilt, their shame. Yet Ezekiel would not relent. His messages were not just warnings. They were invitations to a banquet of grace and mercy. The holiness he spoke of was not a far-off dream, but a reality that could be grasped, embraced, and lived. "Repent and live," he urged, a battle cry against despair, a call to arms for those weary of their own wandering. Every vision he shared was a reminder of the covenant, a sacred promise binding God to his people. Ezekiel understood that holiness was the thread that wove this promise together. It was a bond forged in love, a commitment that demanded respect and reverence. Yet the people had strayed into a wilderness of apathy, their hearts hardening like stone against the very love that sought to save them. He lamented their choices with a voice full of anguish, yet tinged with the hope of possibility. Among the crowd stood a man, his brow furrowed in thought, reflecting the conflict within. He had witnessed the decline of his beloved Jerusalem, felt the sting of betrayal as the sacred was trampled underfoot. Ezekiel's words clawed at his heart, exposing the raw wound of his own complicity in the nation's sin. It was a moment of reckoning, a moment where the weight of responsibility met the desperate need for change. Ezekiel knew that the path to holiness was fraught with difficulties. The road was narrow and often filled with thorns, yet he beckoned them to tread it. His voice surged like a river, carrying life-giving words to those willing to listen. "I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit in you," he declared, igniting a fire of hope in the souls mourning their lost way. The promise of transformation hung in the air, a sweet aroma of possibility that drew people closer, even as some struggled against the tide of their own doubts. In the shadows lurked despair, whispering that holiness was unreachable, a distant star lighting the sky but always out of reach. Yet Ezekiel shattered that illusion with the boldness of a prophet. It was not a mere wishful thinking. It was a divine assurance that echoed through generations. He spoke of an everlasting covenant, and the idea that holiness was not merely about what they could do, but about what God could do within them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the assembled crowd, the atmosphere shifted. Hearts began to beat in unison, a rhythmic echo of hope rising against the darkness. Ezekiel's message became a clarion call, reverberating deep within their spirits. Holiness was not a burden to bear, but a gift to receive. The flickering flames of faith ignited in many, embers of a revival kindling in their souls, beckoning them toward the dawn of a new understanding. But the road ahead was not without its challenges. As Ezekiel continued, he knew that the battle for holiness would require courage. The allure of the familiar, the temptations of a life devoid of accountability, were formidable foes. Yet, the prophet's heart was steadfast, a beacon of unwavering commitment. He crafted images of a new community, one where the sacred was cherished and the mundane transformed into a glorious offering. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Every ear was tuned in, every heart leaned forward, and the world outside faded into oblivion. The importance of holiness became not just a theme. It manifested into a collective heartbeat, a desire to return, to be renewed, to embrace the sacredness that had been lost. They were on the brink, the precipice of something magnificent, teetering between the struggles of their past and the promise of a glorious future. As the prophetic words hung in the air, a silence enveloped the gathering, heavy with unspoken prayers and yearning for change. Ezekiel felt the presence of the divine, a weight of glory that could not be contained. It was a moment of grace, a reminder that in the pursuit of holiness, they were never alone. It was a call to arms, a summons to rise and embrace the journey ahead, a journey that would demand all of their hearts, but would lead them back to the very essence of what it meant to be God's chosen people. And just as the sun set on that day, a new dawn awaited on the horizon, shimmering with the promise of holiness restored. In the crumbling shadows of Jerusalem, the air crackled with a tension that seemed almost palpable, as if the very heavens were holding their breath. The city, once vibrant, now lay in ruins, a stark reminder of the consequences of a broken covenant. Here, in this desolate wasteland, a lone figure stood, his heart heavy with the weight of his people's sins. This was Ezekiel, the prophet, a man caught between despair and hope, his spirit aching for a word from the divine. As he gazed at the charred remains of what was once a flourishing metropolis, his mind raced with visions of the past, a once great kingdom that had basked in the favor of God. The sounds of lamentation echoed around him, yet within the cacophony, there was a whisper of something deeper, something extraordinary. God's sovereignty and mercy were woven into the very fabric of the universe, a thread that persisted even in the darkest days. Ezekiel's heart thudded loudly in his chest as he recalled the promises made to Israel. He remembered how God had once led them with a mighty hand, parting seas, raining manna, and raising warriors to conquer lands. But now, in this moment of darkness, all seemed lost. The crushing weight of judgment loomed like storm clouds overhead, yet somewhere in the distance flickered the light of mercy, a promise that even in punishment, love would not be extinguished. Suddenly, the heavens split open before Ezekiel's eyes, and a vision unfolded, a whirlwind of divine wonder, full of fire and brilliance. There, in the center of this celestial display, he saw the likeness of a figure, radiant and majestic, a representation of God's sovereignty. It was a sight that struck both awe and terror deep within him. How could one so powerful, surrounded by cherubim and wheels ablaze, ever care for the likes of humanity? This was a God who ruled with unyielding authority, yet here was the paradox. His heart still beat for his people. As the vision enveloped him, Ezekiel felt the overwhelming intensity of God's presence, an electric charge of purity and justice. He could sense the divine thundering of his voice, a sound that resonated through the very marrow of his bones. "I am that I am," it declared, a reminder of the unchanging nature of God. Yet within that thunder, he heard a gentler note, a call to repentance. It was a call draped in mercy, inviting the brokenhearted to return. Days turned into nights as visions continued to flow like rivers, cascading over Ezekiel's spirit. He witnessed extraordinary acts of divine intervention. Dry bones coming to life, signifying renewal and hope. It was as if God was saying, "Though you have stumbled, I will revive you." The bones, once lifeless and scattered, now danced with new life, and the stark reminder of judgment transformed into a message of restoration. In the darkest moments of his ministry, Ezekiel clung to this duality of God's character. Sovereignty and mercy coexisted in a delicate balance, like the tension of a bowstring pulled tight, ready to release an arrow of grace. Why, he wondered, would the Almighty extend such compassion to a people who had turned their backs? The answer lay in the very essence of God's nature, which was love, an unfathomable love that sought not just to punish but to redeem. Ezekiel's heart raced as he delivered the messages to the exiles, his voice trembling with urgency. "Repent, turn back to the Lord." The words flowed from his lips, ignited by the fires of his conviction. In those moments, he did not just speak. He bled his soul into the proclamation, desperate for them to not only hear but feel the gravity of their choices. The air was thick with emotion, the tension palpable as he watched their faces. Some hardened with disbelief, others softening with hope. Each proclamation was met with an array of responses. Some scoffed, while others wept openly, their hearts pricked by the truth they had long ignored. Ezekiel felt like a watchman on the wall, standing vigil, shouting warnings, and yet, within it all, the echo of mercy reverberated like a heartbeat, persistent and unwavering. "Even now," he would say, "you can be restored. God's arms are open wide." In the stillness of night, Ezekiel often found himself in prayer, pouring out his anguish and longing for his people. He could almost hear the lament of God, a gentle yet profound sorrow over the state of his creation. How long? The question lingered in the air, heavy with unspoken pain. Yet even as he cried out for justice, he sensed the divine whisper of compassion. "I will not abandon you. I will bring you back." The vision of the temple, rebuilt and resplendent, filled his mind with longing. He could see it in its glory, a place where the people would come to worship, a sanctuary of connection. Beneath the shadow of God's sovereignty lay a promise of mercy that would invite them back into relationship. Every stone and pillar would tell the story of redemption, a narrative threaded through generations, uniting past and future in the grace of the Almighty. As days passed, Ezekiel's encounters with the divine grew richer, revealing layers upon layers of God's character. With each new revelation came a deeper understanding of the tension he felt within himself. How could God be both just and merciful? The answer lay in the heart of the story itself, a love so profound that it was willing to endure the pain of separation for the sake of reunion. In the throes of these revelations, a sense of urgency pulsed through Ezekiel. He was not merely a messenger. He was a conduit for something far greater, an invitation to experience a transformative relationship with God. The words flowed like a river, carrying with them the promise of new life and the reality of judgment. Each proclamation held the weight of eternity, echoing through the ages, stirring hearts to awaken from spiritual slumber. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the desolation, Ezekiel felt a surge of hope rising within him. The duality of God's nature, sovereign yet merciful, painted a vivid picture of a creator who longed for connection. In that moment, he understood that the story was not over. It was merely transitioning, like the twilight that brings forth the dawn. The embers of hope glowed in the darkness, lighting the way for those willing to hear the call for redemption. And as Ezekiel stood with his face to the sky, he knew that God was weaving something beautiful amidst the ruins, a tapestry of grace waiting to be unveiled. In a dimly lit room filled with whispers of the past, an elder stands before a flickering fire, recounting stories that pulse with life. Each tale breathes magic and foreboding, drawing listeners in, hearts pounding with anticipation. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air as he speaks of shadows that dance on the walls, reflecting the hopes and fears of those who dared to dream. These whispers are not just stories. They are vessels of meaning, draped in the rich fabric of metaphor, echoing through the ages like haunting melodies. The ancient Greeks, with their gods and heroes, wielded powerful symbols like swords. The labyrinth, a twisting maze, represented the trials of life, where only the brave could confront the minotaur lurking in the depths. Each twist and turn held a lesson, a piece of wisdom disguised as a riddle. The story of Theseus was more than a tale of courage. It was a reflection of the human condition, a reminder that the greatest monsters often reside within us. The labyrinth spoke not just to the Greeks, but to anyone who dared to navigate their own fears. Then there was the vision of the phoenix, rising from the ashes, a symbol of rebirth and renewal. Across cultures, this fiery bird ignited hope in the hearts of the weary. In ancient Egypt, the phoenix was intertwined with the sun god Ra, symbolizing the daily resurrection of the sun. As darkness fell, the promise of dawn flickered just beyond the horizon. This imagery sparked a fire within the souls of the people, urging them to rise above their struggles, to embrace the transformative power of adversity. In the medieval period, the symbolism shifted, cloaked in layers of allegory. The towering walls of cathedrals whispered tales of salvation and judgment. The stained glass windows depicted the lives of saints, their stories woven into the fabric of faith. A single drop of rain cascading down the glass could represent the overwhelming grace of God, while the darkened corners of the nave held shadows of doubt, reminding the faithful that even in their light, darkness lurked. Each image was a puzzle piece, inviting the congregation to reflect on their own journeys, bridging the gap between the divine and the earthly. As the ages turned, the art of prophetic symbolism continued to thrive. The Renaissance burst forth like a vibrant flower, painting the world anew. Artists like Botticelli and Michelangelo infused their canvases with layers of meaning. In The Birth of Venus, the goddess rises from the sea, symbolizing the awakening of beauty and love in a world once shrouded in darkness. Each brushstroke beckoned the viewer to ponder their own desires, their own struggles for acceptance in a world that often felt hostile. The images breathed life, each a heartbeat echoing the innate human longing for connection and understanding. Fast forward to the 20th century, where writers like George Orwell and Aldous Huxley elevated allegory into a poignant critique of society. Animal Farm became a mirror, reflecting the treacherous dance of power and corruption. The pig, standing on two legs, was not just a character. He became a symbol of the betrayal of ideals, a chilling reminder that those who rise to power often tread on the very principles they once upheld. Each page turned was like a pulse quickening, a reminder that history could easily repeat itself if vigilance was lost. In the realm of biblical prophecy, metaphors took on a life of their own. The Book of Revelation, with its vivid imagery of beasts and angels, painted a narrative rich with symbolism. The four horsemen galloped through the ages, not merely as harbingers of doom, but as representations of conquest, war, famine, and death, a cycle as timeless as humanity itself. Each rider bore a message, a warning that resonated deep within the soul, igniting a sense of urgency that transcended time and space. The words of prophets from various traditions echoed through history, their messages layered and intricate. The visions of Ezekiel, with wheels within wheels and living creatures, challenged the imagination. These metaphors urged the faithful to see beyond the physical realm, to grasp the unseen forces that shaped their lives. The language of symbolism transformed the mundane into the extraordinary, offering glimpses of a reality that lay just beyond the veil. As the night deepened, the elder's voice grew softer, yet more intense, the flickering fire illuminating the faces of his audience. They leaned forward, hearts racing, as he spun tales of creation and destruction, of hope and despair, all encapsulated in symbols that danced like fireflies in the dark. The simple act of storytelling became a sacred ritual, binding them together across time and space, connecting them to the ancient past and the uncertain future. Each metaphor was a thread, woven into the tapestry of existence, pulsating with life and meaning. These stories were more than mere entertainment. They held the power to awaken the spirit, to ignite the imagination, to challenge perceptions. The layers of meaning beckoned like the soft hand of a lover, inviting exploration and introspection. In this exchange, the audience transformed, their fears and dreams intermingling with the ancient wisdom, a seamless blend of the past and present. As the last embers of the fire flickered, a tense hush fell over the room. The elders' gaze pierced through the darkness, compelling each listener to reflect on their own lives. The power of prophetic symbolism was not confined to the pages of history. It lived and breathed within each of them. The stories, laden with metaphors and allegories, whispered promises of transformation, urging them to embrace the journey ahead. And just when it seemed the night would settle into silence, a gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing the fire. The shadows deepened, and the air crackled with anticipation. The elder's voice lingered in the air, a haunting echo of the tales told, challenging them to look beyond the darkness, to seek the light that awaited in the unknown. The symbols they had woven into their lives were not just relics of the past. They were living entities, breathing and pulsing with possibility, ready to guide them through the labyrinth of existence. A storm raged over the ancient city, its cobblestone streets glistening with rain as thunder cracked like a whip across the sky. In the sanctuary of an old cathedral, flickering candles cast shadows that danced along the walls, illuminating a mural that depicted the celestial and the earthly intertwined in a grand tapestry. Here, in this sacred space, two figures stood in quiet reverence, personifications of God's dual presence. One, a fierce warrior, glowing with righteous power. The other, a gentle shepherd, embodying love and compassion. As the storm howled outside, the tension within the cathedral thickened. The painted warrior, with armor gleaming like a starry night, represented the aspect of God that demanded justice, that struck fear into the hearts of oppressors. Behind him, the shepherd, draped in a humble cloak, exuded warmth, offering solace to the lost and weary. Together, they captured the essence of divinity. One side a blazing fire that ignited courage, the other a soothing balm that healed wounds. The people of the city had long debated which aspect held more sway over their lives. But now, as lightning illuminated the figures on the wall, a deeper truth began to unfold. In a nearby village, a father stood at his window, watching the storm with a heart heavy with worry. His daughter lay ill in bed, her breaths shallow and weak. He whispered desperate prayers to the warrior, pleading for intervention. The thunder clapped louder, as if answering his call, while in the same breath, the shepherd's gentle spirit seemed to wrap around the man, whispering of hope and healing. The duality of God's presence became palpable, filling the air with tension and yearning. Across the fields, a young girl with wide, innocent eyes knelt in the wet grass, her hands clasped tightly in prayer. She sought the shepherd, a figure of comfort, yearning for reassurance in the face of the storm. Her faith glimmered like the raindrops falling around her, each one a reminder that God was both a protector and a guide. As the storm raged on, she felt a warmth envelop her, a promise that she was not alone in her darkest hour. Meanwhile, in the cathedral, the paintings on the wall seemed to come alive as the storm reached its crescendo. The warrior raised his sword, a flash of lightning illuminating the fierce determination etched into his face. The shepherd extended his hand, inviting the weary to find peace in his embrace. This dance of power and gentleness revealed a profound truth. Both aspects of God were essential for survival, for without the warrior's strength, the oppressed would remain shackled in despair. Yet without the shepherd's love, the soul would wither in isolation. As the storm began to subside, the cathedral filled with the murmurs of those gathered within, voices rising in a chorus of unity. Each soul had come seeking the presence of God, hoping to find solace and strength in equal measure. A sense of electricity hung in the air, a resonance that spoke of collective yearning and faith. The flickering candles cast a soft glow, illuminating the faces of the faithful who dared to believe in both aspects of the divine. In the village, the father felt a shift within him. The urgency of his pleas transformed into a stillness as he surrendered to the dual embrace of the warrior and the shepherd. He realized that, in his desperation, He had forgotten the balance that both aspects represented. He prayed not just for healing, but for peace. A peace that transcended his immediate fears and allowed him to trust the unfolding of life itself. The young girl continued to pray, and with each word, she felt the storm within her heart begin to quiet. She knew that the warrior would fight for the oppressed, but it was the shepherd who would guide her through the valleys of doubt and despair. Her faith was a bridge between the two, a reminder that while God could roar like thunder, he could also whisper like a gentle breeze. As the rain finally ceased, the sky began to clear, revealing a breathtaking panorama of colors. A soft glow emerged on the horizon, a promise of a new dawn. The villagers stepped outside, eyes wide with wonder, feeling the weight of the storm lift from their shoulders. It was in this moment that they began to understand the true power of God's presence, not just as a singular force, but as two intertwined aspects that enriched their lives. Within the cathedral, the mural seemed to pulse with light, the figures of the warrior and the shepherd locked in an eternal embrace. They were not at odds but in perfect harmony, each one reflecting the other's strength and tenderness. The people felt the air thrum with possibility, a sacred reminder that life was a tapestry woven from courage and compassion. The shadows that danced on the walls transformed into symbols of hope, and as they sang hymns of gratitude, the very stones of the cathedral seemed to resonate with their voices. Outside, the world glistened anew, the storm's remnants creating a landscape of beauty. Children laughed and chased each other in the fields, their spirits unfettered, embodying the joy that arose in the aftermath of turmoil. The father, renewed with faith, knelt beside his daughter, who smiled weakly but brightly, the healer's touch already working its magic. He recognized the duality of their journey. The tempest had brought them closer to the essence of God's presence, an intricate dance of justice and mercy that was now etched in their hearts. As the sun rose higher, casting golden rays over the land, the villagers gathered to celebrate their newfound understanding. They formed a circle, hands clasped, voices raised in a joyous hymn that intertwined strength with tenderness. It was a collective declaration of faith, a promise to honor both aspects of God's presence in their lives, recognizing the beauty in their balance. With each note that soared into the sky, the warrior's valor and the shepherd's love melded into a single heartbeat, echoing through the air and into the very fabric of existence. The murmur of the storm faded into a distant memory, replaced by the profound understanding that God was both a fierce protector and a gentle guide. The crowd swayed together, their hearts beating in rhythm with a harmony that would carry them into the future, each step a testament to the duality of the divine that shaped their lives forever. And just as the storm had passed, a new challenge loomed on the horizon, a whisper of impending trials that would test their understanding of this duality. The air crackled with anticipation, a reminder that the journey was far from over. The warrior's sword gleamed in the distance, while the shepherd's call beckoned softly, urging them to remain steadfast in their faith as both aspects of God's presence would soon be needed more than ever. The story continued, unfolding before them like an endless horizon, with each new chapter waiting just beyond the edge of dawn. The air was thick with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and purple. In the flickering twilight, a solitary figure stood atop the ancient city walls, his silhouette framed against the fading light. This was not just any man. He was the watchman, the guardian of the realm. The weight of his duties pressed heavily on his shoulders, and the chill of responsibility sent shivers down his spine. The world below bustled with life, laughter, and noise, but for the watchman, a different symphony echoed in his ears, the urgent whispers of vigilance and the potential for disaster. His eyes scanned the horizon, sharp and focused, searching for shadows that might betray the safety of his home. A rustle in the bushes could mean a thief. A sudden silence might signal the approach of danger. Every flicker of movement, every sound, took on a significance that could unravel the very fabric of their existence. He was the sentinel, standing between the people and the chaos that lay beyond the walls. For centuries, his kind had borne this burden. In ancient Rome, watchmen patrolled the streets, their torches casting flickering lights on cobblestones, illuminating the paths of citizens who depended on them for safety. If a watchman failed, if he let his guard down, there could be dire consequences, fire, riot, or worse. History was littered with tales of watchmen who had lost their lives in service to their communities. Their names etched into the annals of time, forever remembered as heroes or cautionary figures. But this watchman was more than just a protector. He was part of a lineage. His father had stood in this very spot, and his grandfather before him. Each had passed down the unspoken rules, the importance of being alert, the weight of accountability. Every time the sun set, the watchman felt the ghostly presence of his ancestors, urging him to remain vigilant. The night was not just dark. It was filled with the echoes of past failures and triumphs, a reminder that one mistake could lead to tragedy. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, a sudden rustle jolted him from his thoughts. His heart raced. He gripped his spear tightly, muscles tensing as he prepared for the worst. The shadows danced maliciously in the corner of his eye. Adrenaline surged through him, a potent mixture of fear and determination. He thought of the village nestled in the valley below, families tucked into bed, unaware of the dangers that lurked just beyond their peaceful dreams. The pressure mounted. He was their only line of defense. Moments later, a figure emerged from the darkness. A traveler, perhaps. The watchman squinted, weighing the risk. Was this a friend or foe? The traveler stumbled forward, his clothes tattered, face gaunt with weariness. The watchman lowered his spear slightly, heart still pounding. He needed to ascertain the man's intentions. "Halt!" he shouted, his voice echoing off the walls, commanding authority. "State your business." The traveler's eyes widened with fear, and he raised trembling hands, revealing nothing but the desperation etched on his face. "Please," he gasped. "I come from the north. There are bandits. Darkness descends upon my village. They burn and kill. You must warn them." The watchman felt a cold dread seep into his bones. This was not merely an encounter. This was a moment packed with weighty implications. If he acted swiftly, lives could be saved. But if he hesitated, the watchman could be the herald of doom for those he was sworn to protect. His heart and mind raced to process the urgency of the situation. He had a choice to make, and the weight of it felt like a stone around his neck. The traveler's panic was contagious. "They come with fire, with rage. You must believe me." The watchman's breath caught in his throat. He could already envision the flames licking the night sky, the screams of his people as chaos erupted. The consequences of his decision loomed large. Was he prepared to risk everything? With a quick nod, he gestured for the traveler to follow. "I'll sound the alarm," he declared, voice steady despite the tempest roiling inside him. But as he turned to descend from the wall, a nagging thought gnawed at his mind. What if it was too late? What if his warning came too slowly? If he failed to act, the weight of the villagers' lives would hang over him like an eternal shadow. Descending the stone steps, each footfall echoed ominously. The watchman's mind raced, thoughts colliding like thunder. What was the price of his choice? He envisioned the women and children huddled together, blissfully ignorant of the horror rapidly approaching. The very people he had sworn to protect could become victims of his hesitation. As he burst through the gate, his voice rose like a battle cry, piercing the stillness of the night. "Fire! Danger approche! To arms!" The call rang out through the streets, growing louder and more frantic. The watchman felt the surge of purpose, a fierce pride igniting his spirit. He could feel the villagers awakening, their sleep interrupted by the urgency of his warning. But with every second that ticked by, the shadows beyond the walls grew darker. He glanced back at the traveler, whose eyes reflected a haunting mix of gratitude and fear. The burden of the watchman was not just to protect. It was to act, often in the face of unfathomable danger. An unyielding responsibility that echoed through time, connecting him to those before him who had faced similar trials. As the first villagers emerged from their homes, weapons in hand, adrenaline and fear intertwined in the air. The watchman's heart raced as he felt the grip of fate tightening around them all. He had done what he could, but the night was far from over, and the shadows still lurked, waiting, watching. The consequences of his actions would ripple through the lives of many, and all he could do was steel himself for what lay ahead. The watchman stood tall, a solitary figure against the impending storm, ready to confront the darkness that threatened to engulf them all. The tension hung palpable, a thread woven through the night, tying the fates of the watchman, the traveler, and the villagers together in an unbreakable bond of shared destiny. In a dusty corner of the world, where the sun blazes down on ancient stones and whispers of history swirl in the air, a profound longing ignited within the hearts of a scattered people. The year was 1948, a time when hope stood on the precipice of despair, and the promise of a homeland flickered like a candle in the wind. The streets of Tel Aviv danced with the excitement of the newly declared State of Israel, a fragile dream rising from the ashes of centuries of exile. The air crackled with tension as thousands gathered, their faces alight with anticipation and fear. For many, this moment was not merely a political statement. It was a culmination of generations of prayers, dreams, and sacrifices. The sound of shofars pierced the air, a call that resonated deep within their souls. A call to return, to rebuild, to reclaim a heritage that had been long denied. In the shadow of history's weight, the echoes of the past haunted the present. For nearly 2 millennia, the Jewish people had roamed the corners of the earth, clinging to their identity while facing persecution and sorrow. They had endured the Crusades, the Inquisition, and the Holocaust, each chapter marked by bloodshed and despair. Yet, amid this tumult, the flicker of hope never extinguished. Books were filled with tales of a promised land, where the ancient olive trees stood strong and the waters of the Jordan flowed freely. As the sun dipped below the horizon on that fateful day in May, a wave of emotion swept through the crowd. Eyes glistened with tears, some of joy, others of disbelief, as David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister, proclaimed the establishment of the State of Israel. "The land of our fathers," he said, voice steady yet trembling with the weight of the moment. It was a promise fulfilled and a challenge issued, to rebuild what had been lost. It was a call to arms, a call to create a sanctuary for those who had suffered for too long. From the ashes of despair, the spirit of resilience surged. Following the proclamation, the streets became a canvas of activity, each stroke representing the dreams and aspirations of a reborn nation. Men and women rolled up their sleeves, their hands calloused yet hopeful. They planted seeds in parched soil, transformed barren fields into verdant patches of green, and built homes where only ruins had stood. They dug deep foundations, laying stones with the very essence of their history, brick by brick resurrecting the spirit of a people. Yet, the shadows of conflict loomed large. The surrounding nations watched with hostility, and the birth of Israel ignited tension, leading to the War of Independence. The skies darkened with the rumble of distant artillery, and the cries of families echoed through the valleys. But even as sirens wailed and the ground shook, the spirit of the people did not falter. Each challenge was met with unwavering courage, every setback infused with the relentless desire to protect their newfound home. In those fierce moments, the resilience of the human spirit shone brightly. Soldiers, young and old, took up arms not just to defend their land, but to defend the dreams of their ancestors. Mothers whispered stories of the past to their children, wrapping them in a blanket of history and hope. The laughter of children playing amidst the rubble breathed life into the desolation, a testament to the determination to thrive against all odds. As the dust settled from the chaos of war, the promise of return began to materialize. Jewish immigrants flooded into the country from every corner of the globe, each carrying their unique stories and hopes for a brighter future. They brought with them traditions and languages, weaving a rich tapestry of culture that defined the new nation. The streets of Jerusalem buzzed with life as people embraced their shared identity, igniting a vibrant pulse that reverberated through the city's ancient stones. The years rolled on, and with them came the weight of rebuilding. Cities blossomed, and schools were established where children learned not just about their heritage but about their destiny. The return was not merely a physical journey. It was a spiritual awakening, Synagogues rose amidst the skyscrapers, their spires reaching toward the heavens, echoing the prayers of generations past. The Western Wall stood resolute, a silent witness to the hopes and sorrows of a people who had longed for this moment. But beneath the surface of this revival, tensions simmered. The promises of peace remained elusive, and the scars of conflict lingered like shadows. The land itself became a battleground of narratives, each faction vying for their truth to be acknowledged. The question of coexistence loomed large, and the dream of a peaceful existence felt like a distant star, always in sight yet perpetually out of reach. And still, the heart of Israel beat on with resilience. Festivals celebrated the harvest, and the sense of fresh challah and roasted meats filled the air during gatherings, uniting families and friends in joy. The laughter of children echoed through the valleys, their dreams untainted by the struggles of the past. Each celebration was a reminder that despite the hardships, life continued to flourish. Yet, as the sun sets over the Mediterranean, casting a golden hue across the land, the promise of restoration hangs in the air like a prayer waiting to be answered. The spirits of those who once longed for this moment linger in the vibrant markets and bustling streets. The air is thick with possibility, but the road ahead remains fraught with uncertainty. Questions of identity, belonging, and peace continue to intertwine, creating a complex tapestry that is both beautiful and painful. In the midst of it all, the call of the shofar can still be heard, a reminder that the journey is far from over. The promise of return and rebuilding is woven into the fabric of Israel's existence, an unbreakable link to the past and a beacon of hope for the future. As the night descends, casting shadows over the land, the story continues, waiting to be written anew, as the torch of dreams and aspirations is passed from one generation to the next. In the twilight of a desolate valley, the sky painted itself in deep hues of orange and purple, while shadows stretched long across the ground. A solitary figure stood, gazing out over a flock of sheep grazing peacefully, unaware of the chaos that surrounded them. This figure, rugged yet gentle, embodied strength and compassion, a paradox that only the most devoted could understand. He was the shepherd, an image as old as time itself, a beacon of hope for those lost in their trials. The shepherd's heart beat with an ancient rhythm, a melody sung by countless generations. He knew each sheep by name the way a mother knows her child. Each bleat echoed in his soul, a reminder of his responsibility. He had carried the weight of their fears, their wanderings, and their burdens, for he understood the world beyond the tranquil hills. He had witnessed storms that could tear the strongest of hearts, yet here he stood, unwavering, prepared to face whatever darkness might come. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an ominous wind whispered through the trees, stirring unease within the flock. The shepherd felt a shiver run down his spine, a warning from the depths of his spirit. He reached for his staff, worn smooth from years of guiding, and tightened his grip, sensing that something was amiss. In the distance, shadows loomed, figures that did not belong in the sacred space of his pasture. Instinctively, he stepped forward, eyes narrowed, every muscle taut with the knowledge that danger was near. The echoes of ancient warriors filled the air. Tales of battles fought under the same sky swirled in his mind. He recalled the stories of King David, anointed and chosen, who once tended sheep before leading a nation. David sang songs of trust, declaring that the Lord was his shepherd. The weight of those words hung heavy in the air, a promise that resonated across centuries. The shepherd glanced back at his flock, their innocence a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing around them. He felt their trust wrap around him like a warm blanket, and in that moment, he understood the true essence of his calling. The night deepened, and with it came the chilling presence of predators. A low growl, like distant thunder, echoed through the valley, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. His heart raced as he saw the glint of eyes lurking beyond the tree line. Fear wanted to take root, but courage surged through him instead. He thought of the ancient scriptures, how the good shepherd would lay down his life for the sheep. In a world filled with uncertainty, he found solace in that truth, knowing that love was the ultimate weapon against darkness. As the first wolf emerged, sleek and cunning, the shepherd felt a rush of adrenaline. It circled the flock, hungry and calculating, searching for the weakest among them. But the shepherd stood firm, his heart pounding in rhythm with the impending threat. He raised his staff high, a symbol of protection and authority. With a fierce shout, he confronted the wolf, his voice cutting through the night like a sword. "You shall not pass," he declared, each word a battle cry forged in the fires of countless generations. The wolf hesitated, caught off guard by the bravery of one so seemingly small. But the shepherd was not alone. He was fortified by a promise that transcended time and space. The cries of his ancestors echoed in his ears, warriors of faith who had faced their own beasts in the shadows. They had known fear, yet they had also known victory. With every ounce of strength, he charged forward, unyielding, as the wolf lunged. The clash of predator and protector sent ripples through the valley. Each heartbeat thudded against the backdrop of the night, a symphony of survival. The shepherd felt the weight of history in his veins, the stories of those who had come before him, who had stood against the tide of despair. He fought not just for the sheep, but for every soul that had ever yearned for safety, for guidance, for love. The struggle was fierce, each moment stretching like eternity, but hope burned brightly within him, a flame refusing to flicker out. With one final swing of his staff, the wolf recoiled, retreating into the shadows. The shepherd stood panting, adrenaline coursing through him, a reminder of the victory won that night. He turned back to his flock, whose wide eyes bore witness to his courage. Relief washed over him as he counted each one, feeling the warmth of their presence. They were more than just sheep. They were the embodiment of hope, the promise that love could conquer fear. But as dawn approached, the air shifted once more. From the depths of the valley, a soft, sorrowful bleat caught his attention. A young lamb, too curious for its own good, had wandered away, lost in the vastness of the dark. The shepherd's heart sank. The very essence of his purpose was woven into this moment. He could not leave the lamb behind. He had to go after it. With a resolve that ignited his spirit, he stepped into the unknown, the early light casting long shadows before him. The path became treacherous, littered with the remnants of past battles and echoes of lost souls. Yet, he pressed on, driven by an unwavering love that pushed him to seek out the lost, to bring them back to safety. Each step echoed his commitment, a testament to the Good Shepherd's heart. As he ventured deeper into the thicket, the world around him seemed to hold its breath. What lay ahead was uncertain, filled with potential perils and heart-stopping moments. But the shepherd embraced the tension. This was his calling, to pursue, to protect, to save. The contrast of the night's danger against the dawn's promise was palpable, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, light would always break through. In that instant, the spirit of ancient shepherds surged within him, guiding him forward. He was not just a guardian of sheep. He was a protector of souls, a vessel for the enduring love that had traversed generations. No matter the obstacles, he would move mountains to find the lost. For the call of the shepherd was the most profound of all. In the vastness of creation, he felt the heartbeat of the universe, a rhythm that beckoned him deeper into the unfolding story of God's relentless pursuit of humanity. Each step echoed the promise of grace, weaving a tapestry of hope that would stretch far beyond this moment, inviting all to witness the beauty of the chase. The air was thick with anticipation, a whisper of something extraordinary about to unfold. In the midst of a dusty landscape, an unseen force surged through the dry earth, stirring the very essence of life. It was here, beneath the sprawling skies of ancient Babylon, that Ezekiel stood, a prophet burdened with a vision so profound it would echo through the ages. He felt a shift in the atmosphere, a palpable tension that tinged his skin with goosebumps. The world around him faded, the mundane worries of life slipping away like sand through his fingers, as he was transported to a realm where the ordinary rules of existence held no sway. Suddenly, from the depths of his vision, a river began to flow, crystal clear and shimmering with an otherworldly light. Its waters glistened like diamonds, winding through a landscape that blossomed with vibrant life. a stark contrast to the desolation surrounding him. This was no ordinary river. It was the river of life, a symbol of hope, renewal, and the promise of divine connection. As the water danced gently over the stones, it whispered secrets of healing and redemption, calling to every weary soul that had long forgotten the taste of joy. Ezekiel stood on the banks, his heart pounding in rhythm with the pulse of the water. He watched as the river swelled and surged, a divine current carrying with it the essence of everything that had been lost. Trees of life adorned its banks, their leaves shimmering in hues of emerald and gold, each one a reminder of the vitality that once thrived in the hearts of men. As he gazed upon this breathtaking sight, his spirit soared, transcending the weight of earthly despair. These waters, Ezekiel would learn, were not merely physical but carried a profound symbolism. They represented the flow of God's grace, a lifeblood that nourished the spirit and revitalized weary hearts. The river coursed with the promise of restoration, its currents reaching out to embrace every corner of existence, healing brokenness, washing away regret, and infusing life into parched souls. As he pondered this revelation, tears brimmed in Ezekiel's eyes, not of sorrow, but of overwhelming joy. The weight of his prophetic calling felt lighter in the presence of such beauty. But the vision did not stop there. Ezekiel felt a gentle tug at his soul as he followed the river upstream, where it originated from a majestic temple, an astonishing edifice that stood tall, radiant, and alive with divine energy. The temple was more than a structure. It was the heart of spiritual life, pulsating with the love of God. It represented the divine connection between heaven and earth, a sacred space where humanity could encounter the Creator. The temple's walls glowed with pure light, illuminating the faces of those who entered. Among them were the lost, the broken, and the weary, all drawn to the temple's embrace, seeking solace and renewal. In the presence of this radiant place, Ezekiel realized that the river flowed from the heart of God, a testament to his unyielding love and mercy for his people. It coursed not only through the land but through the very veins of humanity, intertwining destinies and bringing hope to the hopeless. As he visualized these powerful scenes, a tremor of urgency surged within him. Each drop of water spoke of life, full, rich, and unencumbered by the scars of the past. The river's banks teemed with life, fish leaping joyously as if they knew their purpose, thriving in the sanctuary of the water's embrace. The trees, laden with fruit, were symbols of abundance and nourishment, each bite a reminder of the sweetness that life offered when lived in harmony with the divine. But there was a deeper message woven into the fabric of this vision. The waters, while a source of life, also served as a mirror reflecting the state of the human soul. Those who turned away from the river found themselves stagnant and parched, longing for a taste of the vitality that only the divine could provide. The river beckoned to them, a persistent call that whispered, "Come and drink, and be made whole again." Ezekiel felt the weight of this truth settle around him like a mantle. The vision was not just for him but for all who wandered lost, seeking the light in the dark. Moments turned to an eternity as the river flowed onward, its presence both soothing and relentless. The water began to swirl with a vibrant energy, creating eddies of hope that spun outwards, touching everything it encountered. A sudden gust swept through the scene, carrying with it the fragrance of blooming flowers, evoking memories of laughter, love, and connection. The river was a testament to the cyclical nature of life, the seasons of joy intertwined with sorrow, all flowing together like the current weaving through the landscape. Ezekiel's heart thundered in his chest, one part of him yearning to stay, to bathe in the river's healing waters, while another part urged him to share this revelation with the world. His voice, when it came, was both a whisper and a roar, igniting the very air around him. He understood. This was a call to action, a divine mission to inspire those trapped in desolation to seek the waters of life. With each pulse of the river, he felt an urgency to spread the news of hope, to remind the world that life could flourish even in the bleakest of places. As the vision unfolded further, the river began to widen, its banks extending outward, encompassing more and more of the landscape. It was now a vast expanse of life-giving water, reaching beyond the horizon and transforming everything in its path. Streams branched off, feeding parched lands, bringing life to dry deserts, and turning barren wastelands into gardens of splendor. The sight was breathtaking, and Ezekiel could hardly contain the emotion that surged within him. In this moment, he beheld a truth that transcended time. The river of life would never run dry. It was infinite, a boundless source of love and grace. It flowed like a promise, unwavering and eternal, inviting all who thirsted for purpose and meaning to partake in its gifts. The power of this vision gripped him, and he could feel the weight of history resting upon his shoulders. This was not just an individual revelation. It was a message meant to echo through the corridors of time. As the river continued to surge forth, Ezekiel felt a powerful resolve building within him. He was not merely an observer. He was a vessel, a conduit for this divine truth. He could see the connection between the living waters and the human heart, the intertwining of faith, hope, and love, each element essential for true life. The river did not just flow through the landscape. It flowed through humanity itself, leaving an indelible mark on all who dared to dip their toes into its depths. The vision swirled around him, an unending cycle of life and rebirth, each ripple vibrating with the promise of new beginnings. Ezekiel's heart raced with the realization that he was called to be a herald of this truth. He could not keep this revelation to himself. He had to share it with the world, a world desperately yearning for the refreshing embrace of the river of life. The waters surged around him, inviting him to immerse himself fully, to let the currents of hope wash over every aching part of his soul. And as he stood there, awash in vision and emotion, he grasped the profound significance of every detail: the trees, the fruit, the flowing waters. Each element was a testament to the divine promise that life, in all its complexity, was not just to be endured but celebrated. In that moment, Ezekiel understood the river of life was not merely a vision. It was an invitation to transform the world, to awaken the slumbering souls, and to ignite an unquenchable thirst for the divine. As he felt the flow of the water calling him onward, he knew this was just the beginning, a first glimpse of a relentless journey toward renewal. The river beckoned him to follow, to plunge deeper into its currents and emerge with a message that could change the world. The vision did not end. It flowed seamlessly into the next chapter, a journey that would reveal the intertwining destinies of the prophet and the people, forever drawn to the life-giving waters that promised to heal, restore, and awaken the hearts of all who dared to dream. The air hung thick with the weight of unspoken dreams as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over a land once vibrant, now tinged with loss. In the Valley of Restoration, whispers of hope mingled with echoes of despair. It was a place where the past intertwined with the present, where the tears of the exiled community soaked the parched earth, yearning for the first signs of renewal. In this valley, the remnants of an ancient civilization lay scattered, like pieces of a shattered mirror reflecting the stories of lives interrupted. The exiles, driven from their homes, gathered here, clutching faded memories of laughter, of gatherings beneath starlit skies, and of the warmth of familiar hands. They sang songs of their ancestors, voices trembling but resolute, summoning spirits of resilience as they faced the unknown. Each day began with the rising sun, a fiery ball igniting the sky, awakening the valley's dormant hopes. The exiled community would rise with it, hearts pounding with the desire for restoration, for a chance at a new beginning. They shared stories around the flickering flames, each tale a lifeline thrown into the abyss of uncertainty. They spoke of the rivers that once flowed freely, of fields lush with crops, and of homes filled with laughter. But their voices also trembled with the weight of loss, the ache of separation from loved ones left behind. Amidst their gatherings, the elders shared visions of what could be. A community rebuilt, gardens blooming where barbed wire once lay, laughter replacing sorrow. "This valley is ours to reclaim," one elder declared, her voice cutting through the night air, igniting a flicker of hope in the hearts of those who listened. "We are not defined by the places that have cast us out, but by the strength we carry within." The valley, with its rugged terrain and scattered stones, became a canvas for new dreams. It was here that the exiled community began to plant seeds, both in the soil and in their hearts. The act of tilling the land became a sacred ritual, a dance of devotion as they worked side by side, hands dirted yet spirits lifted. As the seeds broke through the earth, so too did their spirits rise, nourished by the very soil that had once seemed barren. But the path to restoration was fraught with challenges. As they toiled, dark clouds gathered on the horizon, casting long shadows over their dreams. The whispers of doubt crept in, borne on the winds that swept through the valley. Would their efforts be in vain? Would their children have to bear the weight of their unfulfilled hopes? Yet, amidst the uncertainty, a flicker of determination ignited. They would face whatever storms came their way, united by the threads of shared experience and an unwavering belief in their right to belong. Night fell again, blanketing the valley in a serene silence. Under the canopy of twinkling stars, the community gathered around a fire that flickered like their hopes. They shared stories of resilience. The refugee who found strength in loss, the artist who painted their pain into beauty, the child who dreamt of a brighter future. Each narrative wove a tapestry of collective identity, binding them together in their shared struggle. Then came the moment that would change everything. A child, no older than 8, stepped forward, her small hands clutching a fragile paper flower. "I made this for all of us," she said, her voice a gentle whisper, yet it carried the weight of generations. The flower represented hope, a symbol of what they could become if they nurtured their dreams. As she placed it in the center of their gathering, a hush fell over the crowd, each heart swelling at the sight. It was then that they understood. Restoration wasn't just about the land. It was about reclaiming their identities, their stories, and their futures. But as the embers of the fire glowed brighter, so did the shadows lurking at the edges of their community. Outside forces watched with cold, calculating eyes, waiting for the moment to strike. The valley, once a sanctuary, was now a battleground between the light of hope and the darkness of despair. The exiles' resilience was tested, each day bringing new threats that threatened to unravel their hard-won dreams. Yet, the stronger the opposition became, the tighter the community held onto each other. They formed alliances, forged bonds that ran deeper than blood. Anger ignited, but it was tempered by love. The love for their home, for each other, and for the future they envisioned. Each act of defiance became a testament to their spirit, their determination to rise above their circumstances. As they prepared to defend their newfound sanctuary, the exiled community became a tapestry of bravery and vulnerability. They crafted banners adorned with symbols of their heritage, their voices rising in unison as they declared their right to exist in this valley. The air crackled with electricity, a mixture of fear and courage coursing through their veins. They were no longer simply exiles. They were warriors of restoration, fighting not just for land, but for their very essence. And as the sun rose once more, the valley stood as a testament to their struggles. The seeds planted in fertile ground, the laughter that danced on the wind, the stories spoken around the fire. It was a powerful reminder that restoration was not just a destination but a journey, one that was fraught with heartache, yet illuminated by hope. Yet even amidst their victories, the clouds loomed ominously above, a reminder that the battle was far from over. They understood that each moment of triumph would be met with new challenges, but they also knew that together, they were unstoppable. As the sun dipped low on the horizon once more, casting a golden glow over the valley, the community braced itself for whatever lay ahead. Each heartbeat resonated with the promise of tomorrow, every breath a declaration of resilience. In the Valley of Restoration, the fire of hope burned brightly, illuminating the path toward a future filled with possibility, fueling the spirits of those who dared to dream in the face of adversity. In a small village nestled between rolling hills, a young girl named Alara stood at the edge of a shimmering lake, her reflection wavering in the water's surface like a whisper of a forgotten dream. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, but Alara felt a heaviness in her chest that no amount of nature's beauty could lift. She was a child of promise, yet her heart felt burdened by something unseen, a shadow lingering just out of sight. It was the kind of feeling that wrapped around her like a heavy cloak, stifling her laughter and dulling her days. Years passed in that village, where the sun rose and set like clockwork, and life followed a familiar rhythm. Yet, every soul bore the weight of their own unfulfilled dreams or lost hopes. Alara grew into a young woman, her heart still aching for something she could not name. The villagers spoke of a legend, a tale passed down through generations like a treasured heirloom. It was said that once in a lifetime, a miraculous event would transpire on the night of the harvest moon, granting a new heart to those brave enough to seek it. This heart was not merely a physical organ but a symbol of transformation and renewal, a chance to shed the burdens of the past. As the harvest moon approached, Alara felt an urge deep within her, a call to venture beyond the familiar. She gathered her courage and made her way to the ancient oak tree that stood alone at the edge of the forest, its roots gnarly and gnarled, whispering secrets of old. Legends spoke of the tree as a portal to a world unseen, where the promise of new beginnings awaited those who dared to dream. The villagers had long stopped believing in such magic, but Alara could feel the electricity in the air, a tingling sense of possibility. That night, with the moon casting silvery light across the land, Alara stood before the ancient oak, her heart racing. The wind rustled through the leaves, carrying with it a sense of urgency. She closed her eyes, whispered a prayer to the universe, and made her wish. In that breathless moment, the air crackled with energy, and the ground beneath her feet trembled as if the very earth was responding to her longing. Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped her, and she felt herself being lifted, as if the world around her was dissolving. Panic welled up inside her. What if she was being taken away? What if she never returned? But just as quickly as the fear came, it was replaced by an overwhelming sensation of warmth and love, flooding her being. Visions whirled around her, laughter shared by friends, love blooming in secret glances, and the sweet taste of freedom. When the light dimmed, Alara found herself standing in a place she had never seen before. The air was alive with vibrant colors, and flowers danced in a gentle breeze. It was as if the essence of life itself had orchestrated a symphony just for her. In that moment, she felt something shift within her, a stirring that began at the very core of her being. She could feel the weight of her past lifting, the burdens she had carried for so long beginning to unravel, thread by thread. From the shadows of the vibrant landscape, a figure emerged, a wise old woman with eyes like the ocean. Her presence radiated serenity, and Alara felt an immediate bond with her. "You have come seeking a new heart," the woman said, her voice melodic and soothing. "But remember, a new heart comes with trials. It is not merely a gift, but a journey of transformation." Alara nodded, her heart racing with anticipation and fear. The woman reached out a hand, and Alara felt a surge of energy flow between them, a connection that transcended time and space. "Your heart will be renewed, but you must confront the darkness that has held you captive. Only then can you truly embrace the light." In that instant, the world around her shifted again, and Alara found herself standing in the village square, surrounded by familiar faces distorted by sorrow and sadness. The villagers were not just friends. They were reflections of her own pain and heartache. She could see their struggles, their unfulfilled desires, and the weight they carried. It was a haunting sight, and it pulled at her heartstrings. She felt a strong urge to reach out to them, to gather them close and share her newfound light. But the old woman's words echoed in her mind. Confront the darkness. This was not just about her. It was about the collective burdens the village had carried for generations. Alara took a deep breath and stepped forward, her voice trembling but rising with determination. "We can break free. We can transform our hearts together." The villagers turned to her, their faces a mixture of disbelief and longing. She could see the flicker of hope igniting in their eyes even as doubts lingered. One by one, the villagers began to share their own stories, their own fears and dreams. Truth spilled from their hearts like a torrent, and with each word, Alara felt the weight lift, not just from her own heart, but from theirs as well. Laughter mingled with tears, and together they began to weave a tapestry of healing, a sacred bond that transcended the pain of past generations. As the harvest moon climbed higher in the sky, casting its silver light upon the gathering, Elara felt the promise of a new heart blossoming within her. It was not a singular transformation, but a collective renewal. They were bound together by their shared experience, their hopes intertwined like the roots of the ancient oak. But just as the light began to shine brighter, a shadow loomed, the darkness that the old woman had warned her about. A storm gathered on the horizon, threatening to tear apart the fragile bonds they had forged. Elara's heart raced as she faced the reality that true transformation required courage and vulnerability, not just from her, but from everyone. With the villagers standing shoulder to shoulder, Elara raised her voice above the rising wind. "This is our moment. We can face the storm together." The villagers pressed forward, their spirits ignited by her call. They would not be defined by their past, nor would they be broken by the storm. As thunder rumbled in the distance, Elara felt her heart pounding with the rhythm of hope, a heartbeat synchronized with those around her. Together, they would confront the darkness, and together, they would find the promise of a new heart, a transformation that was not the end, but a beginning. The ties of their shared experiences would only grow stronger, and the whispers of a new dawn filled the air, urging them to carry on. The flickering shadows of the campfire danced against the canvas of the night, a stark contrast to the cold reality surrounding the exiled people. Here they were, miles away from their homeland, their ancient temples reduced to memory, yet the spirit of worship clung to them like mist on a morning's breath. In this desolate landscape, where the air was thick with longing and despair, the rituals of their ancestors became their lifeline, a fragile thread connecting them to all they had lost. As the elders gathered the people, their faces illuminated by the fire's glow, the air buzzed with a strange mix of anticipation and fear. Each person held a small piece of their heritage in their hands, some a fragment of clay, others a sprig of myrtle or a vial of oil. These weren't mere symbols. They were offerings, each one a heartfelt plea rising towards the heavens, a lifeline to the divine amid the chaos of exile. "Tonight we remember," the elder began, his voice cracking like dry branches underfoot. His gaze swept over the faces, young and old, each etched with stories of sorrow and hope. "We remember the sacrifices of our forefathers, their unwavering faith even when the walls of Jerusalem crumbled." His words hung in the air, heavy yet uplifting, and the people leaned closer, drawn in by the gravity of their shared history. Once, in their homeland, rituals were grand and public, a symphony of colors and scents that filled the air with joy. Now, they were reduced to whispers shared in the quiet of night, cloaked in the shadow of uncertainty. Yet, even in this dark time, the rituals were vibrant, a flicker of divine connection. They gathered around the fire like a family of stars, each person a part of the constellation that was their culture, glowing with the memory of what once was. As the offerings were laid before the fire, the crowd fell silent, the weight of their collective grief palpable. A lamb, young and pure, lay at the center, its innocent eyes reflecting the flames. It was a sacrifice that held centuries of meaning, an echo from a time when such offerings were made in the grand temple. Now, each drop of blood, each whisper of prayer, was infused with the raw emotion of their exile, a reminder that though they wandered in the wilderness, they were not alone. The air thickened with incense as the elder raised his hands, palms open to the heavens. "To you, O God, we offer our hearts, our lives, our memories." The words flowed like a river, cascading over stones smoothed by time, a plea for mercy, understanding, and hope in the face of despair. The people closed their eyes, feeling the warmth of the fire seep into their bones, their voices merging into a hauntingly beautiful hymn of longing that filled the night. Tears streamed down the faces of the women, their voices quivering with the weight of their sorrow. They sang not just for themselves but for generations lost and the ones yet to come. The men stood firm, fists clenched, transformed by a fierce resolve to protect their identity, their beliefs. In this sacred moment, they were more than mere exiles. They were a vibrant tapestry of faith, woven together by the threads of history and hope. As the flames crackled and popped, a sudden gust of wind swept through the camp, sending embers spiraling into the starry sky. It was as if the heavens had responded to their cries, a reminder that despite the distance from their homeland, they were still seen, still heard. The fire flickered, casting long shadows that danced on the faces of the people, their expressions shifting from despair to a fierce determination. They were not simply surviving. They were fighting to keep their culture alive. With each offered prayer, the atmosphere thickened with an unspoken understanding. Their rituals, once grand and ceremonial, had transformed into intimate acts of defiance and resilience. Each sacrifice was a statement, a testament to their undying spirit. The lamb was a bridge to the past, its sacrifice a commitment to the future, a promise that they would not let their traditions fade into the abyss of forgetfulness. The elder lowered his voice, filled with a weighty reverence. Let us not forget the meaning of our sacrifices, for they bind us together as a people, as a family. The weight of his words sank deep into their hearts, resonating with the truth of their reality. They were more than just a group of exiles. They were carriers of a legacy that refused to be extinguished. A child stepped forward, clutching a handmade clay idol, her eyes bright with innocence. She represented the future, a reminder that the flames of their faith must continue to burn brightly for generations to come. The people watched as she placed her offering beside the lamb, her small hands trembling but resolute. It was a simple act, yet it held the weight of history, a commitment to pass down the stories, the rituals, and the sacrifices that define them. As the fire crackled, a sense of unity enveloped the gathering. The boundaries of fear and despair began to blur, replaced by an unshakable bond forged in the fires of adversity. They sang louder, their voices intertwining like the roots of an ancient tree, reaching deep into the earth, drawing strength from the past as they stood together against the winds of change. The night deepened, wrapping the camp in its cool embrace, yet the warmth of their gathering pushed back the chill. They were a living testament to resilience, each sacrifice a flicker of light in the darkness. The fire continued to dance, casting shapes against the night sky, weaving stories of love, loss, and unwavering faith. In this sacred space, surrounded by prayers and offerings, they were not just exiled. They were alive, vibrant, and united. The spirit of their ancestors lingered in the air, whispering through the flames, urging them to hold on, to remember, and to keep the fire of their faith burning bright. As the last prayer floated into the night, the people felt a stirring in their hearts, an unquenchable desire to carry their legacy forward, no matter the cost. And so, they gathered their offerings, their hopes, and their dreams, clutching them tightly as they prepared to face another day in the wilderness. The echoes of their rituals would follow them, a constant reminder that even in exile, they could still find a way to worship, to connect, and to be whole again. As the fire continued to crackle and pop, a beacon of hope against the endless night. The air crackled with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over ancient ruins. It was in this twilight that the whispers of the past came alive, murmuring tales of an enigmatic prophet named Ezekiel. In these moments, one could almost hear the echoes of his voice, calling out to the people of Israel, urging them to pay heed to the signs all around them. There beneath the weight of despair, a sense of hope lingered, woven intricately into a tapestry of numbers, each one holding profound significance, each one a thread connecting the divine to the earthly realm. In the world of Ezekiel, numbers were not mere figures. They were vessels of meaning, conduits of divine messages. Take the number 7, for instance. It was the number of completion, a sacred symbol resonating throughout the scriptures. In Ezekiel's visions, the repetition of this number reverberated like a drumbeat, punctuating divine promises and judgments. 7 days of creation, 7 years of exile. Each iteration echoed the rhythm of God's plan, a cosmic dance inviting the faithful to find solace amidst chaos. As the pages turned, the number 40 emerged, a figure steeped in trials and transformation. For Ezekiel, it wasn't just a count of days or years. It represented a period of testing, a crucible where faith was forged in the fires of adversity. The Israelites wandered for 40 years in the wilderness, a journey laden with struggles that ultimately led them back to their roots. In Ezekiel's oracles, this number painted a picture of renewal, of an unbreakable spirit rising from the ashes of despair. It whispered of the promise of a new covenant, urging the people to hold fast to their faith even when the skies darkened. But amid this symphony of numerals, the number 12 stood out, like a beacon amidst the storm. 12 tribes, each unique, yet woven into the collective identity of the nation. In Ezekiel's visions, these tribes were not merely fragmented communities, but embodiments of a divine promise, a reminder that unity was the cornerstone of resilience. The prophet envisioned a restored Israel, where the 12 would gather once more, their differences celebrated rather than scorned. It was a dream of harmony that resonated deeply within the hearts of those longing for redemption. Yet, as the sun dipped lower, casting an ominous glow, the number 10 emerged, its voice more urgent. 10 was the number of judgment, a reminder of the weight of sin and the impending consequences. It echoed the 10 Commandments, a divine blueprint for living righteously. Ezekiel's pronouncements, often laced with sorrow, reminded the people that while judgment was inevitable, the door to repentance remained open. The number 10 served as both a warning and a glimmer of hope, a call to return to the path of righteousness before it was too late. As the evening deepened, the significance of these numbers intertwining with the fabric of Ezekiel's messages evoked a sense of urgency. Had the people truly understood? Did they grasp the gravity of the warnings woven into the very essence of their existence? In the silence that followed, the weight of their choices hung heavy in the air, stirring emotions that bubbled just beneath the surface. And then there was the number 3, a powerful symbol that resonated with the themes of resurrection and restoration. Ezekiel's visions were punctuated by the triad 3 days, 3 prophecies, 3 calls to action. Each time this number appeared, it reverberated with the promise of life after death, of hope in the face of despair. It spoke to an unwavering conviction that, no matter how bleak the present might seem, there was always a path back to a vibrant existence. The people found themselves caught in a whirlwind of emotions, held captive by the ray of light that could pierce even the darkest of nights. As the night deepened, the stories behind these numbers seeped into the very soil of the ancient land. Each number was a heartbeat, a pulse of the divine that could be felt resonating through the ages. Those who gathered in the shadows felt their hearts race, caught between fear and hope, despair and redemption. Ezekiel's words hung in the air like an electric charge, igniting their spirits and awakening a longing for understanding. The significance of numbers became an intricate dance of emotions, a tapestry of life woven through the threads of history. Each numeral tugged at the soul, pulling it closer to the divine narrative laid out before them. They found themselves at a crossroads, standing on the precipice of choice, their hearts beating in time with the ancient rhythms of promise and prophecy. The weight of their ancestors' failures and triumphs pressed upon them, intertwining the past with the present in a tapestry of human experience. And just as the moon emerged, casting its silvery light over the land, the whispers of the past lingered in the air, tantalizing and beckoning. The significance of these numbers was not merely historical. It was an invitation that transcended time itself. Every heart present felt the pull towards a deeper truth, a call to acknowledge the divine patterns that wove through their lives. As the night wore on, the tension hung thick, an unbroken thread connecting the stories of Ezekiel with the lives of those who dared to listen. The sacred numbers danced in their minds, stirring a desire for understanding, for connection, for something more profound than mere existence. Each pulse of the numbers echoed a plea for awakening, a clarion call to embrace the weight of their choices and the beauty of their potential. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the stars, the people found themselves at the threshold of revelation. They stood poised between the depths of despair and the heights of hope, the weight of their ancestors urging them forward. The significance of numbers in Ezekiel was not just a relic of the past. It was a living, breathing testament to the power of faith, the strength of unity, and the promise of redemption that lingered just beyond the horizon. The air crackled with an unspoken tension, thick enough to cut with a knife. In an ancient village nestled between craggy mountains and sprawling fields, the sound of a gavel echoed in a dimly lit court, signaling the beginning of a trial that would ripple through generations. Eyes filled with fear and hope watched as the accused, a young woman named Alara, stood trembling before the judges. The charge against her was as old as time itself: witchcraft, a label that could unleash both judgment and a chance for restoration, depending on the winds of public opinion. Every heart in the room beat in a chaotic rhythm, a mix of dread and anticipation. The villagers leaned in, their whispers floating like shadows, a brewing storm of judgment that threatened to engulf them all. Alara's fate hung by a thread, and yet, in that moment, she became a symbol of something larger, a mirror reflecting the age-old dance between condemnation and redemption. As the trial progressed, the courtroom transformed into a battleground. The prosecutor, a man named Marcus, wielded accusations like swords, his voice rising and falling like the tide, fierce and unrelenting. He painted Alara as a harbinger of doom, a vessel for dark forces that threatened their peaceful existence. The villagers' faces contorted with a mix of horror and fascination, as if they were drawn into the very heart of a tragedy unfolding before them. But behind the fury of judgment lay a deeper, more intricate story, one of fear, superstition, and the desperate need for salvation. The history of judgment hung heavily in the air, echoing back to the days of the Spanish Inquisition, where thousands were condemned under the guise of restoring order. In those dark times, the line between sinner and saint blurred into a gruesome reality where the flames of the stake illuminated not just the physical bodies, but the very souls of societies gripped by fear. The villagers whispered tales of those who had suffered, yet within their hushed tones lay the seeds of restoration, stories of forgiveness, healing, and the courage to rise from ashes. Alara's eyes, wide and glistening with unshed tears, revealed a spirit that refused to be broken. She remembered her grandmother's wise words, tales of women who had once been accused and yet had returned to their communities, resurrected from the depths of despair. In her mind, the echoes of those stories became a soft, haunting melody, urging her to stand her ground amidst the rage. Would she become another mere footnote in the pages of history, or could she rewrite her fate? As the prosecutor's voice crescendoed, words like monster and betrayal ignited a spark of indignation within her. What lay behind those accusations? Were they simply shadows of their own fears, projected onto an innocent? The villagers, just as much a part of the wheel of judgment as the judges themselves, began to shift in their seats, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. The tension shifted. The air felt electric. In a moment of unexpected quiet, the defense stepped forward. A soft-spoken, elderly woman named Mira, who had seen the rise and fall of many a reputation. The room, once filled with the fiery wrath of judgment, now held its breath as she began to speak. Myra's voice was a soothing balm, weaving through the tension like a gentle breeze. She painted a picture of Alara's life, her laughter ringing through the fields, her kindness echoing in the hearts of those she had helped. Each word was a stroke of color against the dark canvas of accusation. Mira reminded the villagers of their shared humanity, the moments they had all faltered, the times they had strayed from their own paths. Just as the atmosphere seemed to reach a breaking point, a voice rang out from the back of the room. It was a young man, trembling yet resolute. Ethan, someone Alara had once helped during a harsh winter. He stepped forward, his past intertwined with hers. "She saved my family," he declared, his voice shaking but unwavering. "I owe her everything. If we condemn her, we condemn ourselves." In that moment, the courtroom erupted into chaos, a whirlwind of emotions threatening to spill over. Old grudges resurfaced, alliances shifted, and the weight of judgment wrestled with the light of restoration. Eyes glistened with tears, voices clashed. Yet within that storm lay the essence of humanity itself, the desire to connect, to understand, and ultimately, to forgive. As the gavel fell, the air hung heavy with anticipation. What would become of Alara? Would judgment crush her spirit, Or could the flames of hope flicker enough to ignite a path towards restoration? The tension was almost unbearable, a magnetic pull that kept every heart racing, leaving them teetering on the edge. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear. The battle between judgment and restoration would echo through the ages, shaping lives and destinies, forging a connection that refused to be severed. And as the villagers stood on the precipice of decision, they realized that the outcome of Alara's fate was not just hers alone. It was a reflection of their shared journey, a timeless struggle that would resonate long after the echoes of the court faded into silence. The story did not end here. It spiraled, twisting and turning, opening doors to new questions and endless possibilities. A thunderous voice echoed across the dusty plains of ancient Israel, rich with the weight of impending doom and the promise of redemption. The people stood frozen in fear and anticipation, their hearts racing as they listened to Ezekiel proclaim visions that felt like fire in their bones. His words were not merely a warning. They were a glimpse into the unfathomable depths of despair and hope, a duality that would resonate throughout generations. Ezekiel, a priest-turned-prophet, was not just speaking to his contemporaries. He was whispering to the very soul of humanity. The vivid imagery he painted with words, from the chariots of fire to the valley of dry bones, left an indelible mark on the landscape of faith. Each prophecy was a thread in a tapestry that would stretch far beyond his time, weaving into the lives of those who would come after him. As the years unfurled, Ezekiel's visions took on a life of their own, rippling through the pages of the Bible like a stone cast into still waters. His haunting imagery of renewal captivated the hearts of the Israelites, offering them a beacon of hope during their darkest hours. His declaration that God would give them a new heart and spirit became a cornerstone for later texts, an echo that reverberated through the sacred writings of the prophets who followed. The book of Isaiah, written during a time of profound change, could not escape the gravitational pull of Ezekiel's words. When Isaiah spoke of comfort and restoration, he was not merely reciting a wishful thinking. He was channeling the same divine fervor that had surged through Ezekiel. The promise of a remnant being saved, an idea that breathed through Ezekiel's prophecies, was reshaped and reformulated in Isaiah's declarations of peace. It was as if the prophets were passing a sacred baton, their voices harmonizing in a divine chorus, each echoing the other's truth. Then came the haunting lullabies of Jeremiah, who found solace in Ezekiel's visions of a new covenant, a relationship between God and his people that transcended mere laws carved in stone. Instead, this promise spoke of a time when the law would be inscribed in hearts, where love would guide the hands and feet of those who followed. Jeremiah's tears mingled with the echoes of Ezekiel's declarations, forging a bond of empathy and understanding that would shape the trajectory of the Israelites' journey through suffering and restoration. Months turned into years, and the shadows of Babylonian exile loomed large. Yet Ezekiel's prophecies flickered like a candle in the dark. The apocalyptic imagery of the end times, rich with hope, seeped into the pages of later writings. The author of Revelation would draw upon Ezekiel's grand vision of the New Jerusalem, where the divine would merge with humanity in a city flowing with life, light, and unbreakable peace. The echoes of the dry bones coming back to life resonated in the hearts of believers, a thrilling promise that death was not the end but a transformation, a powerful resurrection that offered goosebumps to the faithful. Prophetic scholars would later examine the dramatic interplay between Ezekiel's oracles and the development of apocalyptic literature. The vivid symbolism of the four living creatures, with their faces of a man, a lion, an ox, and an eagle, would find its way into the visions of other prophets, creating a rich tapestry of imagery that inspired awe and reverence. Interpretation of these symbols ignited fervent discussions among theologians, filling them with passion as they pondered their implications for the future. The impact of Ezekiel's prophecies stretched even further, touching the hearts of writers who would pen the Psalms centuries later. The lamentations of exile, mirrored in the haunting cadences of Ezekiel's warnings, found a voice in the psalmists who expressed their sorrow and longing to return home. The Psalms became a reservoir of emotion, drawing deeply from the well of Ezekiel's poetic lament, as they cried out for restoration and intimacy with the divine. As history twisted and turned, the whispers of Ezekiel would not fade. In the synagogues where Jewish communities gathered, his visions were recited and remembered, igniting a yearning for a messianic age. The people would clutch those promises close to their hearts, allowing them to serve as a lifeline during tumultuous times. Even as empires rose and fell, the resonance of Ezekiel's words would echo through the ages, living on in prayer and hope. In the recesses of New Testament writings, the shadow of Ezekiel loomed large yet again. The Gospels hinted at the fulfillment of his prophecies through the life of Jesus. His teachings of radical love and reconciliation echoed the promise that God sought to restore his people. The parables of lost sheep and wayward sons reflected the very heart of Ezekiel's messages, where abandonment transformed into acceptance, a theme that pulsed with energy across the sacred pages. The spirit of Ezekiel continued to inspire and provoke reflection, weaving through the thoughts of theologians and lay people alike, in their quest to understand the divine's intentions. His visions of the Valley of Dry Bones became a metaphor for spiritual renewal, igniting a passionate desire in the hearts of many to seek transformation, to find the pulse of life in their own valleys of despair. As the story of humanity unfolded, the impact of Ezekiel's prophecies remained a living, breathing reality, a bridge between the past and the future. The people, in their vulnerability and hope, found strength in the words of a man who had stood alone against the tide of destruction, his voice burning brightly in the annals of history. The emotions stirred by Ezekiel's prophecies became an eternal flame, guiding the faithful through the storms of life, forever whispering the promise of hope, restoration, and renewal. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the land, they clung to the prophetic visions, knowing that in their depths lay the truth of their existence. The intertwining of despair and hope, a sacred dance that would echo on through the ages, trembling with anticipation for what was to come next. In a land scarred by conflict and despair, where the echoes of ancient voices linger in the air, the words of Ezekiel rise like a haunting melody. They resonate through the valleys and cities of a people torn apart, capturing hearts with their unyielding power. The very walls of Jerusalem seem to tremble at the sound of prophecies that promise destruction and hope in equal measure. It is here, amid the chaos of the Babylonian exile, that the enigmatic figure of Ezekiel comes alive, his visions filled with cryptic symbols and vivid imagery that demand interpretation and understanding. As the scrolls of Ezekiel are slowly unrolled, they reveal a tapestry woven from historical events and poetic visions. Each verse breathes life into the struggles of the exiled Israelites, who grapple with loss, identity, and faith. The loss of Jerusalem weighs heavily on their souls, casting a shadow over their existence as they cling to the remnants of their heritage. In this context, the literary criticism of Ezekiel offers a pathway to understanding the intricate layers of his message, drawing from the historical backdrop that shaped his words. Ezekiel, a priest-turned-prophet, lived during one of the most turbulent times in Israel's history. He witnessed the destruction of the First Temple in 586 BCE, an event that shattered the collective consciousness of his people. Historical criticism reveals how this catastrophe influenced his prophecies, enabling a deeper understanding of why he used such striking imagery, like the Valley of Dry Bones, where the lifeless become alive again, symbolizing hope for resurrection and restoration. This imagery encapsulates the raw emotions of despair and longing, capturing the essence of a people yearning for redemption. Amidst the ashes of their homeland, Ezekiel's messages burst forth with a sense of urgency and a tinge of desperation. Each vision, each proclamation, reflects the historical trauma that defined his society. His call for repentance echoes through the ages, transcending time and space, as he clearly articulates the consequences of moral decay and the need for transformation. The historical context provides a lens through which readers can grasp the depth of his cries, an indictment of a nation that has strayed from its covenant with God. Yet, the literary elements woven through Ezekiel's writings cannot be overlooked. His use of vivid metaphors and dramatic language creates an emotional landscape that is both unsettling and beautiful. The imagery of chariots of fire and wheels within wheels, filled with an otherworldly energy, draws readers into a realm where the divine meets the mundane. It's an invitation to experience the divine presence through the chaos of earthly life, a reminder that even in darkness, there is light waiting to break through. The power of Ezekiel's words lies not only in their historical significance but also in their timeless themes. His prophetic visions transcend the barriers of time, speaking to generations struggling with their identity and purpose. In the face of exile, he offers a message of hope, a promise that despite their brokenness, they remain a chosen people with a future. This duality, the tension between judgment and mercy, is masterfully balanced in his writings, inviting readers to grapple with their own faith. In the midst of this emotional whirlwind, one can't help but feel the pulse of humanity in Ezekiel's proclamations. The passion with which he speaks of God's love and justice resonates with anyone who has ever felt abandoned or lost. The cries of the Israelites in exile reflect a universal longing for belonging and understanding. As the words flow like a river, they awaken feelings of empathy and compassion, urging readers to confront their own struggles and search for meaning in a world that often feels devoid of it. Each verse becomes a mirror, reflecting the complexities of human nature: fear, hope, despair, and resilience. The historical criticism of Ezekiel opens doors to a deeper appreciation of this emotional landscape, allowing readers to see how the context shaped his voice while simultaneously finding echoes of their own lives within his proclamations. The tension mounts as one realizes that these ancient words are not just relics of the past but living expressions of the human condition. Ezekiel's prophecies culminate in a breathtaking vision of restoration, where dry bones are infused with life and the lost are gathered back to their homeland. The imagery is so powerful that one can almost hear the rattling of bones, see the sinews taking shape once more, and feel the breath of life entering into what was once desolate. This climactic moment serves as a beacon of hope, illuminating the path for those who feel trapped in darkness. As readers navigate this rich tapestry of historical and literary elements, they encounter the raw emotion embedded in Ezekiel's words. Each prophecy is a heartbeat, a whisper of resilience amid despair, a call to rise up and reclaim their identity. The poetic cadence of his language, combined with the weight of history, creates an intoxicating blend that compels one to keep reading, to delve deeper into the soul of a prophet who dared to speak truth into the void. The emotional depth of Ezekiel's message leaves an indelible mark, resonating through time and space. His vision of a new temple, a restored relationship between God and his people, stirs something profound within the reader, an awakening to the possibilities of change and renewal. With every line, the pulse quickens, the stakes rise, and the anticipation builds for what is to come next. As the last words of this section linger in the air, a breathless silence prevails, charged with expectation. The narrative doesn't end. It seamlessly transitions, leaving readers on the edge of their seats, yearning for more. What will happen next in the unfolding saga of Ezekiel? What deeper truths lie in wait, hidden within the layers yet to be uncovered? The emotional intensity hangs thick, drawing one further into the labyrinth of Ezekiel's prophetic journey, where history meets literature, and hope battles despair in an ongoing dance of faith and redemption. In the shadow of Jerusalem's ancient walls, a prophet stood, his voice echoing through the desolate streets like a haunting melody. Ezekiel, with his piercing gaze and wild hair, was a man caught between two worlds, the golden days of Israel's glory and the grim reality of exile. As he shared his visions of a valley filled with dry bones coming back to life, he ignited a spark of hope that would flicker through generations. His messages, filled with vivid imagery and profound revelations, would not merely resonate in his own time but stretch across centuries, weaving through the fabric of both Judaism and Christianity. For the Jewish people, Ezekiel became a cornerstone of prophetic literature. His dramatic portrayals of divine judgment and restoration captured their imagination in a profound way. When the temple fell and the people were taken captive, they clung to his visions like a lifeline. His words became a balm for despair, offering glimpses of a future where the temple would be rebuilt, and God's presence would once again dwell among them. The image of the Shekinah, the radiant glory of God, dancing across the heavens became a source of comfort, a promise that the bond between the divine and humanity was never truly severed. Yet, The echoes of Ezekiel didn't stop at the borders of Judaism. They transcended into the early Christian communities that sprouted in the fertile ground of the Roman Empire. Here, amidst the tumult of new faith and fervent hope, Ezekiel's visions were reinterpreted. The early Christians saw in Ezekiel's prophecies a prelude to the coming of Christ. The notion of resurrection, so vividly illustrated through the Valley of Bones, resonated with the faith that Jesus, too, had conquered death. The imagery of the temple in Ezekiel's vision became a metaphor for the body of Christ, a dwelling place where heaven and earth intertwined. As the centuries rolled on, the impact of Ezekiel's messages transformed. In the Middle Ages, Jewish scholars were grappling with the implications of his visions. They studied his writings, debating their meanings, and discussing their relevance to Jewish identity and faith. The mystics found in his words a treasure trove of hidden wisdom. They saw the chariot of fire and the divine throne as symbols of the mystical union with God, stirring emotions that transcended the mundane. The destruction of the temple and the longing for redemption became palpable, echoing the cries of the heart for something more, something divine. The Christian theologians, too, found a wealth of inspiration in Ezekiel's text. In the writings of church fathers like Origen and Augustine, Ezekiel's visions were threads in the grand tapestry of salvation history. They emphasized the notion of divine judgment and mercy as central themes, painting a God who was both just and loving. The apocalyptic scenes he described resonated deeply with the early Christians who were often facing persecution and uncertainty. In Ezekiel's dramatic depictions, they found affirmation of their struggles and the promise of ultimate victory over evil. As the Reformation ignited a new passion for Scripture, Ezekiel's influence soared once again. Reformers like John Calvin looked to his texts for insight into the nature of God's covenant with humanity. The vivid imagery of the dry bones was embraced as a powerful metaphor for spiritual renewal and revival. Congregations were stirred, their hearts beating with hope as they envisioned the breath of God sweeping through their lives, reviving their faith in ways that felt almost miraculous. But the echoes of Ezekiel did not wane with time. They morphed and evolved, finding new expressions in the modern era. In the face of social upheaval, his visions inspired movements seeking justice and restoration. Activists echoed his call for righteousness, believing that they were part of a divine narrative that sought to heal a fractured world. His prophecies became rallying cries for the oppressed, and his message of hope resonated in the hearts of those yearning for change. The images of the Valley of Dry Bones and the vision of a new temple continued to inspire artists, poets, and musicians, each interpreting Ezekiel's words through their own lens. Paintings captured the dramatic essence of his prophecies, while songs breathed life into ancient texts, turning them into anthems of hope. His influence danced through the ages, refusing to fade into obscurity. As the modern world wrestled with its own spiritual crises, Ezekiel's voice emerged once more, calling for introspection and renewal. In spiritual circles searching for authenticity, his visions provided a framework for understanding suffering and the profound need for restoration. The metaphorical Valley of Dry Bones became a place of reckoning, reminding believers that even in their darkest moments, transformation was possible. Yet, even as his influence grew stronger, the tension remained. How could one prophet's visions resonate so deeply across diverse cultures and beliefs? The struggle for interpretation ignited debates that sparked passion and fervor. Discussions swirled in sacred spaces, where scholars and believers alike engaged in heartfelt dialogues, each wrestling with the implications of Ezekiel's messages. Every time his words were spoken or written, the spirit of Ezekiel seemed to stir anew. This was not merely a relic of history. This was a living testament to the enduring power of prophetic insight. His ability to evoke emotion, to challenge the soul, and to illuminate the human condition continued to draw people in. They found themselves captivated by his visionary world, where despair met hope and destruction transformed into restoration. And somewhere, in the midst of this ongoing dialogue, the spirit of Ezekiel remained active, whispering to those who were willing to listen. The resonance of his visions echoed through the ages, a reminder that the longing for connection, healing, and redemption was as relevant today as it was in the days of old. The story of Ezekiel was far from over. It flowed seamlessly into the lives of those who sought to understand the depth of his message, ensuring that the cycle of inspiration would continue, endlessly weaving the past into the present. The weight of his words hung in the air, a palpable force connecting hearts across time. Each interpretation sparked new understanding, and with each retelling, the legacy of Ezekiel grew richer, deeper, and more profound. It was a living history, a sacred dance of faith and hope that promised to keep the spirit of the prophet alive for generations to come. A lone figure stands amid the ruins of Jerusalem, the air heavy with ash and despair. This man is not an ordinary prophet, but Ezekiel, whose voice echoes through the desolation like the mournful cry of a bereaved mother. He gazes upon the shattered walls of the city, a once thriving heart now laid bare, and within him stirs a tempest of divine revelation and anguish. The weight of his calling presses down, igniting a fire in his soul that cannot be extinguished. As the sun sets, casting a crimson glow over the landscape, the themes of his message pulse through the darkness like a heartbeat, each throb a testament to the profound connection between God and humanity. Ezekiel's visions explode with vivid imagery and symbolism. At one moment, he witnesses the terrifying glory of God, described in fiery wheels and living creatures, each detail meticulously woven into the fabric of his prophecies. His audience, captive and bewildered, feels the tremors of divine power resonate within them. Here is the theme of God's indescribable sovereignty, a theme that reverberates throughout the ages. It's a powerful reminder that even in the depths of despair, God's presence remains, hovering just above the chaos, commanding attention and reverence. Yet, alongside this awe-inspiring depiction of God's majesty, a stark contrast presents itself, the theme of human rebellion and sin. Ezekiel's heart aches as he recounts the transgressions of his people, their idolatry, their betrayal, their turning away from the divine. He stands as a watchman, a harbinger of doom, his voice a clarion call warning them of impending judgment. Each warning rings out like a thunderclap, shaking the very foundations of their complacency. The tension builds, a palpable energy in the air, as the people waver between despair and defiance. As the narrative unfolds, the theme of restoration emerges, glimmering like a beacon in the murk of devastation. Ezekiel's prophecies do not end in hopelessness. They twist and turn toward the promise of renewal. The valley of dry bones rises like a phoenix, a powerful metaphor for a shattered nation being resurrected. The imagery of bones coming together, sinews forming, and breath filling them is not just vivid. It ignites hope where none seems possible. The people, once lost and broken, can almost feel the warmth of life returning. The very air crackles with anticipation, the promise of a new beginning lingering just out of reach but tantalizingly close. Then, the theme of the covenant surfaces, a promise that binds the divine to the people with an unbreakable thread. Through every warning, every vision, God's faithfulness shines through the shadows of despair. Ezekiel speaks of a new covenant written on the hearts of the people, a promise of internal transformation. The thought sends shivers down the spines of his listeners as they grapple with the concept of a God who desires not just their outward obedience but their hearts. It's a love story in a landscape of ruins, a timeless reminder that divine grace is always attainable, even in the midst of chaos. Yet the intensity escalates, and a chilling theme of judgment looms large. The destruction of Jerusalem is not merely a consequence. It's a divine response to a broken relationship. Ezekiel's words resonate with a chilling clarity, a reminder that justice will not be delayed forever. The people feel the weight of their sins pressing down on them, like an unbearable burden they can no longer ignore. They stand at a crossroads, the choice between repentance and continued rebellion hanging heavy in the air. The tension mounts, and the stakes rise higher, a tangible reminder of the fragility of human existence. Amidst this tumult, the theme of divine presence becomes a soothing balm. The glory of God, once terrifying, now transforms into a promise of companionship, an assurance that even in exile, they are not abandoned. Ezekiel's encounters with the divine reflect a longing for intimacy, a desire for the people to remember that they are never truly alone. In a world rife with despair, the thought of a God who walks alongside them through the darkest valleys ignites a flicker of hope. The air around them buzzes with anticipation, a reminder that healing is intertwined with the acknowledgement of divine mercy. Finally, the theme of transformation emerges, a tapestry woven through the darkest tales of defeat. Ezekiel speaks of a heart of flesh replacing a heart of stone, a divine promise of renewal that shatters the chains of despair. The imagery is powerful, stoking the embers of hope within the hearts of the weary. It's a resurrection story that transcends time, echoing into the lives of countless individuals who find themselves in similar places of desolation. As the sun dips below the horizon and shadows creep through the remnants of Jerusalem, the air vibrates with the weight of these themes, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of Ezekiel's prophecy. The people stand transfixed, caught in the ebb and flow of judgment, hope, and divine promise. They feel the tug of their own hearts, the pull of faith against the backdrop of their brokenness. The layers of history thrum beneath their feet, each moment pregnant with emotion, lingering in the air like a sweet perfume of possibility. And just when one might think the tale reaches its crescendo, a new vision unfolds, shifting the atmosphere once again. The stage is set for a deeper exploration of these themes, the very fabric of Ezekiel's messages intertwined with the lives of those who listen, each heartbeat a testament to the divine interplay of judgment, hope, and restoration. The story continues, beckoning the faithful and the lost alike into a space where the echoes of ancient prophecies breathe life into the present, stirring emotions that refuse to fade. The air crackles, alive with anticipation, as the journey into understanding takes yet another turn, inviting all to listen closely for the whispers of the eternal. The echoes of ancient voices mingle with the rustling pages of history, whispering the name of Ezekiel as if it were a sacred incantation. The image of a prophet, shrouded in the mists of time, stands resolute against the waves of despair crashing around him. He is not just a figure from Scripture. He is a beacon of hope, a harbinger of change, and his impact reverberates through art and literature like a heartbeat that refuses to fade. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the dusty streets of Jerusalem, Ezekiel stood by the Chebar River, his heart heavy with visions that transcended the earthly realm. The divine revelations that poured into him shaped generations, igniting the imaginations of artists and writers alike. From the somber brushstrokes of medieval painters to the fiery verses of modern poets, Ezekiel's essence is interwoven into the fabric of human expression. Take a moment to envision the grand frescoes of the Renaissance, where master artists splashed their canvases with vivid colors and intense emotion. Among these, Ezekiel's visions of the dry bones rising to life captured the imagination of artists like Michelangelo and Raphael. They painted those moments not just as religious scenes, but as powerful metaphors for rebirth and resurrection. The skeletal forms, once lifeless, now teemed with energy, evoking both awe and a shiver down the spine. It was as if they sought to convey the thrill of hope, that even in the depths of despair, life could spring anew. In literature, the same fervor ignited the pens of writers from different eras. John Milton, in his epic Paradise Lost, drew inspiration from Ezekiel's prophetic visions, threading them through the fabric of his narrative. The imagery of the wheels within wheels and the chariot of fire captured the imagination of poets and playwrights, creating a tapestry of emotion that spoke to the human condition. Readers could feel the weight of Ezekiel's messages, the urgency of his warnings, and the beauty of his promises. The Romantic era saw figures like William Blake channeling Ezekiel's spirit, weaving his visions into the poetry that echoed the longing for a connection with the divine. In Blake's work, the prophet transformed into a symbol of creative rebellion, challenging the norms of his time. His illustrations, ablaze with passion and intensity, brought Ezekiel's words to life, embodying the essence of turmoil and awakening. The artist's brush danced across paper, each stroke a breath of life into the vision of the prophet who dared to dream against the odds. Fast forward to the grunge of modernity, where the angst of contemporary society often finds refuge in the timeless words of the prophet. In countless novels and poems, Ezekiel emerges as a figure of resilience, a voice that echoes the struggle against oppression and despair. Writers like Toni Morrison and Salman Rushdie have drawn upon his imagery to craft narratives that resonate with the weight of their own cultural histories. The way they invoke Ezekiel's visions serves as a reminder that the fight for dignity and hope is a thread that binds humanity through generations. Even in visual arts, Ezekiel's influence is unmistakable. Artists of the 20th century, seeking to grapple with the chaos of their times, often turned to his vivid depictions of divine intervention. The powerful imagery of the Valley of Dry Bones became a symbol of regeneration, surfacing in murals that adorned urban landscapes. Street artists, with spray cans in hand, transformed walls into canvases of hope, using the prophet's legacy to inspire communities to rise against adversity. The message was clear. No matter how bleak the situation, there is always a path to renewal. Yet, amid the grandeur of art and literature, there lies a poignant truth. Ezekiel's legacy is also one of struggle and conflict. The very nature of his prophecies spoke to a world in turmoil, a world grappling with war, exile, and loss. Modern dramatists picked up on this thread, crafting plays that echoed the prophet's anguish, a reflection of their own societies teetering on the edge of despair. In the theaters, actors brought forth the raw emotion of Ezekiel's life, allowing audiences to feel the weight of his prophetic burden, the endless cycle of hope and despair. Art and literature continue to evolve, but the core of Ezekiel's message remains steadfast. It is a call to humanity to wake up from its slumber, to recognize the sacred within the mundane, and to ignite the flame of change. Each new interpretation adds layers to his story, layers that vibrate with the voices of those who dare to challenge the status quo. From the ancient scrolls that hold his words to the vibrant murals that adorn cityscapes, his presence is felt, a constant reminder of the power of the human spirit. The legacy of Ezekiel, painted not just in colors or written in verses, weaves through the very heartbeat of culture, each pulse a reminder of resilience. His visions, bursting forth with life, have not lost their relevance. They echo in the hearts of artists, poets, and playwrights who continue to grapple with the eternal questions of existence. What does it mean to hope? How do we rise from our own ashes? In the echoes of his verses, the world finds a reflection of its own struggles and triumphs. As the sun sets on one chapter of the story, it rises anew on another, with Ezekiel's legacy shining brightly in the distance, a guiding light for those who seek truth and meaning amidst the chaos. The essence of the prophet lingers, waiting to spark the imagination of the next artist, the next writer, the next seeker of truth. The journey of Ezekiel is far from over. It is a continuing narrative, one that challenges and inspires, urging humanity to remember the power within itself. In the silence that hung over the shattered city of Jerusalem, a lone figure stood amidst the rubble, a prophet named Ezekiel. His eyes, wide with visions, yearned for a world reborn. The air crackled with tension as he encountered a voice so powerful it seemed to echo through the hollow bones of the forgotten city. He spoke of hope, of restoration, and of a people who had lost their way. In that moment, the ancient words danced through the ages, arriving at our doorsteps with the weight of their urgency and the warmth of their promise. Fast forward to today, where the echoes of Ezekiel's prophecies resonate more than ever. Divisions tear at the seams of communities. Despair looms in the hearts of many. Yet, the lessons from this ancient prophet ripple through time, offering wisdom that feels incredibly relevant. Ezekiel's message wasn't just for the exiled Israelites who wandered through their dark nights. It extends to us, to our struggles, our fears, and our hopes for a brighter dawn. As the sun rises each day, it casts light on the harsh realities of our world. Wars, social injustice, and a planet in peril. The weight of these issues can feel like a crushing burden, yet the spirit of Ezekiel whispers through the chaos, urging us to rise above. His visions of dry bones, long forgotten and desolate, serve as a reminder that even in our darkest moments, renewal is possible. The image of those bones coming to life, wrapped in flesh and filled with breath, speaks directly to the deep-seated longing for revival within us. we too can find hope amidst the ashes of despair. Ezekiel experienced the bleakness of exile, a feeling that resonates with anyone who has felt displaced or lost. In the throes of uncertainty, his voice proclaimed that the Spirit of the Lord could breathe life into the most desolate circumstances. Can you feel the weight of those words? They thrum with a promise that transcends time, an assurance that we are never truly abandoned, no matter how isolated we may feel. His prophecies remind us that even the smallest flicker of hope can ignite a flame capable of transforming lives. In times of moral ambiguity, Ezekiel implored his people to return to righteousness, urging them to shed their complacency. His visions of moral decay mirrored the struggles we witness today in the face of corruption and injustice. How often do we find ourselves standing idly by, watching as the fabric of our society unravels? Ezekiel's call to action resonates, urging us to confront the injustices around us with courage. He dared to challenge the status quo, to lift his voice against the tide, and in doing so, he ignited a spark for change that continues to inspire. The image of the watchman, a role Ezekiel embraced, stands as a powerful metaphor in our time. In a world filled with misinformation and apathy, we are called to be vigilant, to stand watch over our communities. Being a watchman means not turning a blind eye. It calls for courage to speak truth to power and to advocate for those who have been silenced. This role transcends personal boundaries, reminding us that our actions ripple outwards, impacting lives beyond our immediate circle. The simple act of standing guard can transform lives, inspiring others to join the fight for justice. Ezekiel's visions were not just of judgment and punishment. They were paintings of restoration and hope. He spoke of a time when the people would be reunited, their hearts transformed from stone to flesh. This graphic imagery evokes a powerful emotion, reminding us that change is not just possible, it is inevitable. In each moment of despair, there lies the seed of transformation. The promise of new beginnings resonates through the ages, encouraging us to believe in the power of redemption and the beauty of a collective renaissance. The spirit of Ezekiel beckons us to listen closely to the whispers of our own hearts, urging us to dream beyond the confines of our circumstances. Just as he was given visions that inspired nations, we too can harness our creative energies to envision a better world. The world craves visionaries, those who can see beyond the present turmoil and imagine a future filled with compassion and love. It's a call to action that ignites passion and stirs the soul, urging us to rise from the ashes and become agents of change. In the shadows of our lives, where doubt and fear often dwell, Ezekiel's words shine like a beacon of light, the reminder that even the most hardened hearts can be softened, that change can bloom in the desert, is a powerful one. Each story of redemption, each act of kindness, becomes a thread woven into the fabric of our shared humanity. The call to embrace our common struggles and joys evokes a sense of kinship, bridging the gaps that divide us and reminding us of our shared journey. As we navigate the complexities of life, the figures and stories of the past, like Ezekiel, serve as guides, illuminating our paths with their wisdom. Their experiences breathe life into our own challenges, reminding us that we are not alone in our struggles. In the resonance of their voices, we find comfort and strength, a reminder that we are all part of a larger narrative that stretches across time and space. With every heartbeat, the lessons of Ezekiel pulse through our lives, igniting a flame of hope and resilience. We are called to rise, to comfort the weary, and to speak truths that resonate with the spirit of our times. The language of compassion and empathy knows no boundaries. It transcends cultures and eras, binding us together in the shared quest for justice and love. And in this relentless pursuit, we come to understand that the essence of Ezekiel's prophecy is alive within us, waiting to be awakened, to flourish, and to transform our world into one where hope reigns supreme. And the story doesn't end here. It flows forward, weaving through the tapestry of our existence, beckoning us to listen, to act, and to dream of a world renewed. In the echoes of history, we find the threads of our own lives intertwined with the promises of the past, a continuous rhythm that calls us to engage, to connect, and to rise as watchmen in our own right. Ezekiel stood among the ruins, the air thick with dust and despair. The once vibrant city of Jerusalem lay in broken silence, a shell of its former glory, and he felt the weight of a shattered people upon his shoulders. The remnants of their faith and identity lingered like ghosts, whispering through the cracked stones. It was here, in this desolate landscape, that the exiles returned, their spirits fractured yet yearning for wholeness. In their eyes, Ezekiel saw a flicker of hope, a desperate need for guidance amidst the chaos. As they gathered around him, their faces etched with sorrow and confusion, Ezekiel felt a surge of urgency. These men and women, stripped of their homeland and dignity, sought not just a leader but a voice, a prophet who could speak truth into their broken hearts. He recalled the vision that had seized him in Babylon, a valley of dry bones, lifeless and scattered, yet infused with the promise of resurrection. This was not just a dream. It was a call to action, a divine mission to breathe life back into a people who had almost forgotten what it meant to live. Son of man, can these bones live? The voice of God echoed in his mind. With each word, the responsibility of his role pressed down on him like the heavy cloak of a prophet. He understood then that his task was not only to predict the future, but to remind the exiles of their past. A past rooted in covenant, filled with divine promises. His messages would serve as both a warning and a beacon, lighting the way toward a renewed identity. The community gathered closely, their eyes wide with anticipation as he began to speak. His voice, once a solitary whisper, now rose like a trumpet. "I have seen the glory of the Lord," he declared, his heart racing as he recalled that radiant vision of the chariot and the fiery wheels. "He will gather you from the nations, and he will restore you." Each word reverberated with a pulsating energy, igniting the flickering flames of hope within them. They were not merely exiles. They were the children of a great promise, and Ezekiel was determined to show them their worth. But with hope came the shadows of fear. Ezekiel's heart ached as he spoke of the judgment that had befallen them. He held nothing back, recounting their failures, their turning away from the living God. The past was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was the first step toward healing. He watched their faces twist in anguish, the weight of guilt and shame hanging heavily in the air. Yet, amidst their sorrow, he saw something else, a collective resolve beginning to form. They needed to reclaim their identity, not just as individuals but as a nation. Days turned into weeks, and Ezekiel's words found a rhythm, a pulse that resonated through the community. He urged them to rebuild, not just their homes and walls, but their spirits. "Take your heart of stone and turn it to flesh," he implored, his voice trembling with emotion. He painted vivid pictures of a restored temple, a vibrant center of worship where God's presence would once again dwell among them. "You will know that I am the Lord when I open your graves and bring you up from them," he promised. And with each proclamation, the exiles felt the chains of despair begin to crack. As the community slowly pulled itself together, they began to gather for worship. Ezekiel led them in prayers filled with raw emotion. He could feel the pulse of their collective yearning, a deep desire to reconnect with the God who had once walked among them. Each prayer was a step toward redemption, a way to reclaim their lost heritage. The sound of their voices mingling in song echoed off the ruins, turning desolation into a symphony of hope. One day, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the remnants of Jerusalem, Ezekiel called them to witness a sacred ritual. He felt the weight of their anticipation. With trembling hands, he held the scroll of the law before them. "This is your heritage," he proclaimed, and the exiles leaned in, their breaths held tight. Each word he read was laced with the promise of life, and the people responded like a river breaking free from ice, flowing with renewed purpose. But within that current of hope, shadows danced on the edges. Not all embraced the vision of restoration. Some harbored resentment, clinging to the past as if it were a lifeline. They whispered among themselves, questioning Ezekiel's authority, doubting the possibility of change. The prophet could feel their skepticism like a chill in the air, and it gnawed at him. He understood their pain, their fear of moving forward, but he also saw the divine hand at work amongst them. "Look," he called out one day, near the remains of the temple's foundation. Can a nation be born in a day? Can a people rise from ashes? His voice carried the weight of history, a fierce challenge to the complacency that threatened to engulf them. It was a moment charged with raw emotion, the kind that could ignite revolutions or silence spirits. In that pregnant pause, Ezekiel saw their struggle reflected in his own heart. The battle between hope and despair played out in the very depths of their souls. Yet, as the days passed, doubts began to fade, replaced by a growing determination. The exiles worked side by side, laying stones, planting seeds, and rebuilding homes. With each act of creation, Ezekiel felt the pulse of life return, a rhythm of resilience that echoed through the very earth beneath them. There was laughter now, mingling with tears, and in those sacred moments, he realized he was not just a prophet. He was a catalyst, a bridge between the past and the future. Yet the struggle remained. As the community stood on the brink of transformation, Ezekiel sensed the looming presence of adversity. It would not be easy to reclaim their identity, nor would their journey be free of conflict. He was aware that the heart of a people could not be restored without facing the dark truths that lay buried beneath the surface. But there, amid the ruins, he felt an unwavering resolve. He would guide them through the valleys of doubt and despair into the light of a new dawn. And as the winds of change began to blow, Ezekiel knew he was just getting started, ready to embrace the next chapter of their shared story. A story still unfolding, still brimming with potential, poised to take flight once more. In a dusty room filled with scrolls and fading ink, an elderly scholar hunched over a weathered manuscript, his fingers trembling as they traced the ancient letters. Outside, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. The air was thick with anticipation, electric with the echoes of words spoken centuries ago. Ezekiel's voice, filled with both despair and hope, seemed to whisper through the ages, breaking the silence like a thunderclap. Ezekiel, the enigmatic prophet of the Babylonian exile, stood at a crossroads in a time of turmoil. His visions, wild and vivid, painted a world torn apart by conflict, yet glimmering with the promise of restoration. He was not merely a prophet. He was a harbinger of a new reality, a man who dared to challenge the status quo and ignite a fire in the hearts of those who would listen. His writings, filled with striking imagery and profound symbolism, left an indelible mark on the very fabric of prophetic literature. As the scholar read, he felt the pulse of history quickening around him. Each word he absorbed was like a heartbeat, resonating with the struggles of Ezekiel's people. The prophet's haunting visions of dry bones coming to life summoned an overwhelming sense of rebirth, a powerful reminder that hope can spring forth even in the bleakest of circumstances. The imagery of the Valley of Dry Bones, a scene so vivid and haunting, resonated far beyond its time. It presented a vision of resurrection that would transcend generations, sparking a flame of inspiration in countless hearts. In the centuries that followed, Ezekiel's influence rippled through the annals of prophetic literature. His radical approach to prophecy, blending vivid narratives with stark warnings, set a new standard for those who would follow in his footsteps. Prophets like Jeremiah and Isaiah took note, their voices echoing the themes of judgment and restoration that Ezekiel so masterfully articulated. His words did not merely serve as a historical account, but became a source of strength for those grappling with their own despair, their own exile from the life they once knew. The scholar paused, allowing the weight of Ezekiel's legacy to settle around him. He could almost hear the voices of the prophets who came after, weaving their own struggles into the tapestry of faith. They took Ezekiel's messages, fanning the flames of his visions, crafting their narratives with a sense of urgency that seemed to pulse through the pages. Each prophet, inspired by Ezekiel's revelations, contributed to an ever-evolving dialogue about divine justice and human frailty. As the sun set, casting a golden glow across the scrolls, the scholar recalled how the early Christian church revered Ezekiel's visions, seeing in them the foreshadowing of Christ's resurrection. The imagery of the New Jerusalem, a place of ultimate hope and divine presence, echoed the sentiments of Ezekiel, bridging the gap between ancient prophecy and new beginnings. This connection ignited fervor among early believers, fueling their faith as they faced persecution and uncertainty. Ezekiel's visions became a balm for their souls, a reminder that their struggles were not in vain, but part of a larger, divine narrative. In the shadows, the tension of history unfolded. The influence of Ezekiel extended into the realm of Jewish mysticism. His visions of the chariot and the divine throne became a cornerstone of Kabbalistic thought, setting the stage for a mystical exploration of God's nature. Scholars, mystics, and seekers delved into his writings, seeking to unlock the mysteries of the divine. Each interpretation was a new layer, a new thread woven into the fabric of faith, binding generations together in their search for understanding. As the scholar turned a page, the words leapt off the manuscript. "Son of man, stand upon your feet, and I will speak to you." It was a call to action, a call that reverberated through the centuries, urging those who heard it to rise and embrace their divine purpose. Ezekiel's insistence on personal responsibility challenged readers to engage actively with their faith, urging them to speak truth to power, to confront injustice, and to embody the very visions they held dear. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows, and in that moment, the scholar felt the weight of responsibility settle heavily upon him. He was not merely a reader of history. He was a part of the ongoing narrative shaped by Ezekiel's legacy. As he penned his thoughts, he realized that the call of the prophet echoed through time, urging each generation to confront its own exile, its own dry bones. The urgency of that message was palpable, a spark waiting to ignite a movement that transcended boundaries and bridged divides. Outside, the night deepened, and the world continued to turn. Yet in that room, history breathed. The scholar envisioned the countless souls who had wrestled with Ezekiel's words, finding strength in his visions while grappling with their own despair. His legacy was not merely a collection of ancient texts. It was a vital force, weaving through the fabric of human experience, urging souls to rise, to transform grief into action, to turn visions into reality. And just as the scholar felt the weight of those words settle in his heart, a sudden gust of wind swept through the window, scattering the scrolls. The sound of rustling parchment mirrored the chaos and confusion that Ezekiel himself had once faced. In that moment, the scholar understood the urgency of his task. The legacy of Ezekiel was alive and pulsing, a living testament to the power of prophetic literature. As he gathered the scrolls, his heart raced with the knowledge that the story was far from over. The echoes of Ezekiel's voice called out, urging him to not only understand but to live the truth of those prophetic visions. His heart pounded with the realization that he was part of something greater, a narrative that would continue to unfold, much like the vivid visions of the prophet himself. The weight of history and the promise of the future hung in the air, a delicate dance of hope and despair intertwined. The legacy of Ezekiel was not merely a chapter written long ago. It was a living flame, igniting passions and illuminating paths yet to be walked. Ezekiel stood by the banks of the Chebar River, the sun casting a golden hue over the tranquil waters. Yet, even in this serene moment, an undercurrent of tension rippled through the air. It was the year 586 BCE, and the people of Israel were adrift, their hearts heavy with despair. They had witnessed the destruction of their beloved Jerusalem, the temple reduced to ruins, their dreams shattered like glass. But even amidst this overwhelming sorrow, Ezekiel felt the stirring of something powerful within him, a message that would echo through time and shape the very fabric of faith and society. He looked out over the river, where the reflections danced like restless spirits. Ezekiel had been called as a prophet, not just to relay comforting tidings, but to bear the weight of God's truth, raw and unfiltered. His visions were vivid, filled with strange creatures and profound symbols, each one designed to awaken the hearts of his people. He spoke of dry bones coming to life, a metaphor that would resonate through generations, igniting hope in the hearts of those who felt lost. His message was not merely for the walls of Jerusalem. It was for every soul grappling with despair, stretching across time and space. As the years passed, Ezekiel's words took root in the collective consciousness of the Jewish people. His prophecies became a lifeline, offering a vision of restoration and renewal. the image of the Valley of Dry Bones stirred something deep within the community. The bones represented not just the dead, but the lifeless state of faith and identity among the exiles. When he proclaimed that these bones would rise again, he sparked a flicker of hope in those who had lost everything. Those words were not just stories. They were a promise, a powerful reminder that even in the depths of despair, life could emerge anew. In the wake of Ezekiel's teachings, Jewish thought began to evolve. The concept of individual responsibility became a cornerstone of their faith. No longer would they simply rely on the righteousness of their ancestors. They were called to forge their own paths. The soul that sins shall die, Ezekiel declared, and with this, he planted the seed of personal accountability. Each individual was now empowered to take charge of their moral compass, to seek justice, and to cultivate a relationship with the divine. But the impact of Ezekiel's message extended far beyond the borders of Israel. As the Jewish people faced the challenge of exile, they brought his teachings with them into foreign lands. His words became a source of strength, shaping their identity in times of hardship. In synagogues across Babylon, his visions were recited, transforming despair into resilience. The teachings of Ezekiel inspired not only the Jewish people but also influenced the philosophical and religious thought of surrounding cultures. In the centuries following Ezekiel's time, his vision of a new temple began to take shape in the hearts of generations. The hope of a restored Jerusalem became a rallying cry. Even as the earthly temple lay in ruins, Ezekiel's vision of a divine abode, a place where God would dwell among his people, continued to inspire. Artists, poets, and theologians drew from his wellspring of imagery, capturing the essence of longing and redemption. Each brushstroke, each verse, echoed the anticipation of a future filled with divine presence. As nations rose and fell, the echoes of Ezekiel's words resonated with those seeking justice and truth. His prophecies influenced leaders who sought to uplift their peoples, reminding them that they too were called to be stewards of righteousness. In times of war, his message of peace and reconciliation offered solace to those yearning for a better world. Leaders turned to his visions, finding guidance in moments of uncertainty, weaving his teachings into the fabric of their governance. Yet, the true power of Ezekiel's message lay in its ability to transcend time. Millennia later, his words continued to stir the hearts of people across the globe. In the modern world, where the echoes of division and despair can be deafening, the call for renewal and hope remains as poignant as ever. His vision of dry bones coming back to life resonates with individuals who find themselves in the valley of their own struggles, reminding them that they, too, can rise from the ashes. Faith communities today still gather to reflect on Ezekiel's teachings, drawing inspiration from his profound insights. His visions are not mere historical artifacts. They are living truths that challenge and uplift. In a world grappling with disillusionment, his message of personal responsibility, community, and hope serves as a beacon, guiding those who seek to stand against the tide of despair. Ezekiel's legacy is a tapestry woven with the threads of human experience, grief, hope, and the relentless pursuit of a better tomorrow. His life and message resonate with those who fight for justice, those who long for peace, and those who dare to dream of a brighter future. As the sun began to set over the Chebar River, casting long shadows that danced like the bones he had envisioned, Ezekiel knew he had sown seeds that would endure the test of time. The river flowed steadily, a reminder that time moves forward. And as that current carried his message into the hearts of future generations, each new listener would find their own meaning in his words. The promise of redemption, the call for justice, the hope for renewal, these elements would pulse through the veins of humanity, urging them to rise, just as the dry bones would, and to embrace the possibility of a new beginning. Ezekiel's voice would never truly fade. It would echo in the hearts of those who dared to listen, forever shaping the landscape of faith and society as they navigated the complexities of the human experience.